Stellium. Allow for everybody to come in. I know sometimes we're not scheduling these lives. You know what I'm saying? Take a little moment for everybody to come in. Which I already know now is to vibrate. The conversation is about karma. You know, and just briefly starting on it, realizing that karma, is cause and effect, and again, like the loop between the cause and the effect, and being able to create a different cause, aka, going through something and having the ability to respond or react, where you could either react and create the same cycle or respond and create a new cycle. But that energy, that cycle, the time in between is shorter and shorter, like we're seeing quote unquote instant karma, in essence. And I think about like how the microcosmic and macrocosmic dynamic of karma, where you could see the karma within your day-to-day or moment-to-moment, and the karmic blueprint for your whole lifetime or all lifetimes within your day-to-day experience. But what came to me recently is like realizing, again, this goes back to knowing ourselves to the fullest, like the importance of knowing ourselves on our human experience and beyond being a human, like knowing ourselves to the fullest. Where did I come from? Why am I here now? Where am I going? And realizing, like, say for instance, we're transitioning, and remember, like, we're transitioning right now, in your bodysuit, you having little moments of transitioning, like say for instance, the moment that I stop a particular habit, that's almost like a transition. That's almost like a miniature quote unquote death in essence, because now I done transform. I'm no longer that person that participates in that certain habit. I'm doing, something different, so it's like a death and rebirth energy, a transition energy, and that happens in our moment to moment, in our quote unquote waking state, in our bodysuit. And then that's also connected to, when we actually transition, because I thought about it, as I'm like researching and reading about it, and doing my own little meditations on it, from my own experience, from my own near-death/death experience on a DMT trip, the first thing that always came up, or what I realized, is like, in essence, you would be your own judge, and wherever your subconscious is at, whatever you're strongly attached to when you transition is what, in essence could be like either what allows for you to move forward or what brings you back into this realm, you know what I'm saying? And speaking of that, the main things that affect, the karmic cycle of, reincarnation or incarnating into another realm, one of the main aspects is our desire, It's, a desire to do something, you know what I'm saying? And when I think about, these different desires, in a lot of cases, most karmic energy or cause and effect energy for reincarnating usually is about redeeming. It's about some type of redemption, some type of fixing something, and some type of doing something different. So it either boils down to unfinished business or overwhelming desires. You know what I'm saying? You have an overwhelming desire to, and it could be anything, and I realize, like, that's why having that that true strong awareness of what's really going on in this realm, because you may reincarnate just to buy a yacht, and ain't nothing wrong with that. And again, no good or bad, right or wrong, but just in the awareness of, if you knew better, maybe you wouldn't desire that strongly just to have a yacht and sail a sea, knowing that it's more to being than just being in this realm. But again, neither good or bad, right or wrong, because as I'm saying that, I don't want it to get mixed up as having a yacht or wanting that experience to have you stuck in a reincarnation cycle. No, you know what I'm saying? But being aware that, there's certain desires that, in essence, we're more so tapped into due to like the program and the different spells and algorithms of this matrix, has you wanting to participate in instead of you genuinely like wanting to have that experience. But again, with most karmic ties, it has to deal with, desire. It has to deal with, redemption a lot of times. And, which this Judy Hall book spoke of, grace. And what it means is like your grace, the level of grace in your incarnation. Like how smoothly were you able to carry out all the things that you wanted to carry out? So in essence, like grace is kind of pointing to like, how graceful or lack thereof that you were in the, in the acts of, doing the things that you wanted to do or doing the things that you're doing, you know what I'm saying? Peace to everybody up in the chat. But, and again, going back to planning, like realizing like how, short-term and long-term planning, it's not just a human entrepreneurial type of thing. It's actually, in alignment with our, spiritual nature. Again, the physical is spiritual, as well. It's just a temporary version of it. But, our short-term and long-term connections lines up with our spiritual connection. It's not just as an entrepreneur, I have to plan this short-term or I have to do this long-term. It's not just from that perspective. It's also like, beyond the human experience, because think about it. If you transition and you don't have a certain plan, like you don't know what's next for you, you know what I'm saying? Like you didn't study or become aware enough within this lifetime to know, your options of, basically your options for when you transition. If you're not aware of that, basically like with any computer program, and in essence, being in a matrix or computer programming, and in computer programming, the matrix literally was a computer programming terminology that stood for like creating a block of code or a block of language that would cause like repeating cycles in essence, or create some form of loops. It's like, all right, when a person does this, they keep going through this computer software or this computer algorithm until they press the button X, and then that opts them out of that matrix or that, that loop or that, that block of code, so to speak, you know what I'm saying? But, what I want to pinpoint right now is like the importance of planning, because I realized like, oh shit, if you like transitioning through the afterlife and you didn't have no plans of what was next, that could cause a reincarnation cycle just off of the strength of not knowing what's next. So the algorithm is going to reset you to something familiar, you know what I'm saying? And not even say, not only just the algorithm, but in essence, in most cases, when we're that unaware of what's next, in a lot of cases that promotes fear, like that gap of not knowing yourself, not knowing yourself strongly, and then from not knowing yourself, you're not able to make certain plans, and by not making certain plans, you have this gap of the unknown that's so big that it creates like a strong fear, So again, you transitioning, but you don't know what's next. That fear could possibly, kick in and cause you to just like, well, let me just go to what I'm used to what I know, or what I remember, you know. And if you only remember your matrix experience, you know what I'm saying, then in essence, like, the algorithm would just kind of reset to default. It just kind of goes to default settings. Like, well, we're gonna go back to, your previous memories, actions, emotions, and thoughts. So again, like realizing how planning could, prevent reincarnation into default past habits, beliefs, and actions. And that's on the macrocosmic level as a soul, you know what I'm saying? But then also as on the micro level, like look in your day to day. Like in most cases, if you don't have no plans, or if you're not like, doing things for your spiritual development, or should I just say like your development in general, like in doing things to, expand your comfort zone. If you're not doing things to expand your comfort zone, you're gonna end up going back into these default positions. You know what I'm saying? That's just in your day to day. So we're talking about a soul over amount of quote unquote years, but that's relative. Again, like what may seem like 25,000 years to one being could seem like a minute to another being. You know what I'm saying? But again, in our day to day, like say for instance, if you don't have nothing planned, like whether you draw art or you whatever it is you do, if you're not tapping into that or finding new ways to expand and things of this nature, you'll just kind of go back to a default habit. Like, like, oh, I ain't got nothing to do, so let me smoke a bunch of blunts. Or I ain't got nothing to do, let me go back to drinking right quick. Or I ain't got nothing to do, let me go back to, again, like whatever has been familiar, what I'm saying, in the past of what you already been dealing with. So being aware of that, planning, in essence, helps to create new cycles, what I'm saying, and again, that's part of responding differently, because maybe in a past life you wasn't as aware of how hands-on you are in the process of what you're dealing with in your moment to moment. And if you're not aware of that, again, like you're going to just being floaty, and again, that extreme go with the flow vibe, because yes, there's a level of surrender and going with the flow, but not to an extreme, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that the aspect of planning, you know what I'm saying, is a key. So just bringing up that first and foremost. So we're dealing with karma and reincarnation. What's present or what's next, what I'm saying, is about, knowing our plans, because by having those plans that prevent, just going back into default, I'm going to discuss a few little aspects of karma, and I, for one, realizing that karma is basically, so archetypes, and archetypes, we talk about tarot cards, we talk about different deities, different planets, different zodiac signs, all these different archetypes are the children of karma, you know what I'm saying? And no coincidence, and karma is just cause and effect. And also karma, that's why Saturn is called Lord of Karma, in essence. And again, that whole connection more so from the Greek mythology lens, you know what I'm saying, where Kronos was the father of the archetypes, or the father of the gods, you know what I'm saying, because they couldn't exist without, having a physical temporary experience, or without having an ego. And that goes for Source and all of us, in some way, form, or fashion. We're all, by even having, again, like a slowed down experience in a bodysuit, that allows for the ego to exist. And again, the ego is not all good or all bad, you know what I'm saying? It's about how we, express ourselves through it. Again, like we have a healthy ego, the same drawn out example I always use. A healthy ego is, knowing that when I get hungry, to stick the spoon in my mouth instead of somebody else. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's not like, oh, the ego is evil. Look at how you're feeding yourself when your stomach is growling instead of sticking the spoon in somebody else's mouth when your stomach is growling, So that just makes sense, on that level. But again, and this explanation, to me, it allows for, because I keep just bringing myself to square one in the sense of like, I like dealing with, the awareness of a being or our, just our whole being, physical, spiritual, all that from the lens of, looking at the whole truth or the whole story instead of like, I'm not one to get too caught up in historical things of trying to prove whether somebody really walked the earth or not. Like I tend to look at a lot of those biblical stories and a lot of those, mythology. Again, mythology is anatomy, and literally every story in every religion, is basically an explanation of, of the archetypes, or the explanation of cause and effect. So again, archetypes are children of karma, aka cause and effect, and it's a direct correspondence of numbers evolving. You know what I'm saying? So as you have the zero space by itself, you know what I'm saying? And then the first moment that while in nothingness, you know what I'm saying, source energy, for lack of a better word, decided to go within, you know what I'm saying? Literally, that was the first sexual act in the sense of even having a thought. The moment the thought came up, the thought is masculine, like a phallus, and that thought to go within was literally like a phallus, like that thought was like a phallus going within. And, in some cases say bam and the big bang or whatever. And from there, you got, a point of consciousness, having the experience, the story of the movement. And again, it gets redundant, but that, again, this is just the root to all the other shit, because again, realizing that archetypes are the children of karma, of cause and effect. So that also shows that most gods, deities, or all these different names didn't come about till the creation of time, in essence. You know what I'm saying? And hence why being aware of, like, being sourced on a human experience, and like understanding, like when we say, or a lot of people say, like being God and stuff like that, understanding under what context, you know what I'm saying? Like, because again, you could be meaning like, hey, like I'm God in the sense of like source on the human experience, like the no thing on the human experience, and being the no thing on the human experience is, goes beyond being, something. Because if I'm just being God from the perspective of the archetypes or the deities, then that's not necessarily like the wholeness of the universe or source energy. That's like one identity amongst a bunch of identities. You know what I'm saying? So to be just Zeus, or to be just Ma'at, or just Bask, or just, Haru, or just Imhotep, or just Osiris, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, again, that's the children of karma, cause and effect. And what do you mean by, how archetypes are children of cause and effect? Well, again, it's a direct correspondence of numbers evolving. You got one in a space by itself, and that has certain actions, that has certain actions and certain, or should I say, being in one space creates certain thoughts and emotions and a certain action. And bam, those thoughts, emotions, and the action in one spot turn into, going into another spot, you know what I'm saying, and creating another archetype. So now you got two. And two also has a new experience that one never had, because two gets to watch another being. You know, one only knew itself. You know, when one exists and one ain't got nothing else but itself, aka the archetype of Aries, or you know, or any deity or energy connected, or that mimics the Aries, Mars, or fire energy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but more so just the Aries energy for the perspective of the connection to the one energy. You know what I'm saying? That one energy is that reflection of that, again, like, you know, I'm the only one, you know, like that's why Aries is like strong about my ideas and what I want to do and my perspective, my opinions. As a matter of fact, with Jupiter going into Aries right now, you know what I'm saying? You know, you have that connection, you know, coming up a lot. Like, you know, a lot of us are going to be strong about our own opinions and thoughts and perspectives of things, you know what I'm saying? So be aware, because not only, you know, having that energy, but being aware that Aries also is about being hard-headed and only seeing it like it could turn into stubbornness. So being aware, you know what I'm saying, to not get into no harmful situation or no toxic arguments, you know, in this transit, you know, because again, we're gonna be feeling strong about our perspectives and things of that nature, you know what I'm saying? But again, that movement through the different numbers, you know, creates those different, you know, archetypes. And again, you at the two, you know, two gets to see one. That's something that, you know, that one never had, you know what I'm saying? And then two have that experience of seeing one, and then that creates a certain thought, emotion, and action, which turns into three being created, you know, and then three gets to peep out one and two, you know what I'm saying, and develop itself from seeing what one did, you know. And that's kind of like the example of, you know, two parents, one and two, you know what I'm saying, the first pillar, second pillar, and then the child being the middle pillar. But that one and two, you know what I'm saying, or should I say the three, or that child, you know what I'm saying, which is, you know, hence with the, you know, the Mercury, Thoth, Elegba, you know, but that Wednesday Mercury, messenger of the gods, but more so, you know, from the Elegba perspective of like, you know, being like that child energy, that and connected to the number three, you know what I'm saying? It's like that middle pillar, you know, and that child, number three, is peeping out what one was doing and peeping out what two was doing. It's like, all right, I'm gonna take a little bit of what one was doing, a little bit of what two was doing, and develop my own, you know, perspective. And literally, like, you know, and not to say like, oh, hey, what I'm explaining is the end all be all and what everybody else, because we all are saying the same thing. What I'm saying right now, others may have said just in a different way, but definitely like, you know, realizing like that this energy of, you know, tapping in with, you know, these different archetypes, you know, again, like realizing it's just the creation of the 1, 2, you know, 3, 4, like basically 1 through 9, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's like, and the same thing with the archetypes of the zodiac. You got Aries, that one energy, you know, having a certain experience, you know, the 2 energy, Taurus energy, 3 energy, Gemini, you know, all the way around to Sagittarius 9 energy. And again, like Capricorn, Aquarius, and, you know, Pisces technically kind of go into the first trinity, you know, because again, like 10, you know, a Capricorn, that's 1. And no coincidence that a Capricorn energy, in essence, not only being like a ram, you know, because a goat is like basically like a, you know, for lack of a better word, like a cousin or a relative to, you know, the goat and the rams are like relatives, you know. And then the goat is like that ram energy as far as like, you know, is a little different, you know. Instead of like butting heads, it's more so like head first of the mountain, you know what I'm saying, like taking its own perspective and viewpoints, you know, up the mountain. Because anybody, you know, when you do zodiac research, you know, Aries and Capricorns could be the most stubborn in the sense of like not listening to other people's perspectives, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, that one energy, you know. So even though, again, it's quote unquote 10, 10 is technically 1. So technically the last zodiac sign is, Sagittarius, from the perspective of, looking at the fact that, again, all these words and other things that come afterwards, it's kind of newer compared to just the base alignment of, everything being a vibration of 1 through 9. That's the first and only vibration of like 1 through 9, and everything else is, again, like 10 is an extension of 1, 11 is an extension of 2, 12 is an extension of 3. Word to the butterfly. Again, it's like walking through a storyline. Again, with the tarot cards, it's like going through the storyline, at first being a fool, and then walking into, being the magician, and then being the high priestess, to being the empress, to being the emperor, to being the hierophant, and going through that cycle. And the same thing with, the zodiac signs. When you think about like each zodiac sign complements moving into the next one. I think of like, towards the end with 8 and 9, Scorpio being the 8 energy. Scorpio is uncovering secrets, Scorpio is like that deep inner work, shadow work, going deep within. Secrets are secreting energy, hence why the Scorpio, again, like secretes, something out of his tail, secreting that energy, going into those secrets, and then it develops an energy of being able to have wisdom and being a teacher, aka a Sagittarius. So after doing all of that, diving deep, it could tap in and diving deep also into one of the deepest truths that most other zodiac signs don't dive into as much, is the sexual aspect, and how all is sexual. Like every, as long as thoughts and emotions, are just, again, like the masculine and feminine aspects in everything, creates a sexual energy. Whether you stick in a plug or again, something in a socket, from your regular physical acts to non-physical acts. Again, like having a thought and emotion is literally like, the thought is the masculine, the emotion is the feminine, and then the act, because again, like that thought, emotion, or feeling, that thought and feeling come together, and it's like, ooh, let's take this action, aka let's do something about us being in the same thoughts and in the same feelings. Let's come together and take some actions about that, because again, even on the esoteric level, not only creating children in a literal sense physically, but then also having children through, through just the metaphysics of connecting with somebody. Like if you and somebody else, have a thought and feeling about creating a certain business, like it turns into a child, and taking care of your children, because even that awareness for my YouTube channel, it's like, and just everything I do in general, it's like my child. And most people who don't have children treat like whatever it is that they're doing like their child, in essence, literally and figuratively, you get very protective over, whatever project you're working on. Like you make sure that no distractions or anything could distract you from your child, aka whatever it is that you really love to do, But again, it's just a cycle of changes in thoughts and emotions and actions through different spaces, and again, cause and effect. Like language couldn't exist until memory existed, So language is like the effect of the, language was created due to memory being created, when memory started to exist, then language was able to exist. Cause and effect. You wouldn't have the effect of language if you didn't have the cause of memory being created. But the whole reason why language is able to be used is because you remember these characters. You remember like I'm talking right now, is because I remember my lessons of ABCs in kindergarten. So because I remember that, I remember all my little grammar classes and all this, I'm able to speak this language and share it, you know what I'm saying? So, again, cause and effect, and just on a simple level, like cautious parents, like to make it somewhat mundane, or like bring it into the human realm, like, cautious parents didn't exist until a child who was always coming close to harm existed, So the idea of being a cautious parent at some point in our existence, wasn't necessary. Why? Because there wasn't children who was doing shit that would make a parent cautious, So cause and effect, you know what I'm saying? Again, like something happens to create this other situation, you know what I'm saying? The first time, like, again, like a certain thought and emotion, came together, it created a new space in essence, or a new experience, or a new world. Because that's another thing, like these different, it's simply called, like, again, thoughts and feelings and, actions coming together, but that's also creating a world. Because you're thinking every day, you're creating a certain little world for yourself, you know what I'm saying, with your habits, or matter of fact, with our routine is a route that we're taking, the routine of your moment to moment is the route that you're taking in your now moment, you know what I'm saying? So you're creating a route, and that goes also to neuroplasticity, taking the same routes makes that, that road wider and wider. Or you also take, new routes, neuroplasticity, where you do something a little different, and that creates a different route, you know what I'm saying? But again, like the spiritual work basically is becoming aware of ourselves holistically, understanding ourselves in the fullness of our humanity and beyond our humanity, and again, mythology is anatomy by law, you know what I'm saying? Just always, being reminded of that. And then from this book, from this Judy Hall book, which I kind of put my own twist on some of these explanations as well, and realizing that some of them basically are redundant, you know what I'm saying, but like the different types of karma, I'm gonna share, you know what I'm saying, and then expand from there. Now again, one of the main reasons for, you know what I'm saying, like again, like reincarnating, you know what I'm saying, is unfinished business and overwhelming desires, and in a lot of cases, well, you could say desires in general, because if I lack knowledge in the past, like if I realize, like, damn, I didn't know as much as I was supposed to know, or I didn't know the important facts in last lifetime, you know what I'm saying? So you create a desire to know the facts in this lifetime, like I'm gonna study my ass off once I get to that point in this lifetime where I'm reminding myself to like study, you come across books, like again in this lifetime, first time I got a hold to knowing that it was more than just religion, and they had books about it. It's like, all right, bet, like it's time to tap into that, you know what I'm saying? But again, it kind of all goes to desire, and again, because unfinished business is also like, you have unfinished business, so you desire to go back and redeem or fix or do something different, you know what I'm saying? Oh, like I listened to my ancestors so strongly to the point where I was like blind to the fact that some of their ways of doing things needed to evolve. So instead of doing something a little unique and a little different, I kind of stuck so strongly and rigidly to what the ancestors was doing, to where I got caught up in the same loops that they got caught up in. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause again, like especially, when we talk about collective karma, you know what I'm saying, for melanated people with the, the slavery grudge holding energy, you know what I'm saying? And most people will want to argue about that, you know what I'm saying? But again, like, helping your ancestors is not holding a grudge to the point where your energy is so heavy that you end up reincarnating and be back in the same quicksand with them. You know what I'm saying? It's the opposite, is to maintain that, again, like that balance, within the being. Because yes, those situations existed, and it's all right for, again, like, with anything, get mad or sad or whatever. But again, like, being aware of, like, that unhealthy grudge holding type of energy, you know what I'm saying, that may come up. But like with the different types of karma, now again, it speaks of different karmic levels. So you got personal karma, that's your individual experience. You got ancestral karma, that's family lineage experience, you know what I'm saying? You got group and racial karma, you know what I'm saying? Which, that's a small division within the collective karma, that could fall under collective karma. With group or racial karma is basically like a group, a culture, or a tribe, you know what I'm saying? Kind of have this same karmic cycle that it keeps suffering from, you know what I'm saying? Kind of like, I don't know why I left field, thought of Romeo and Juliet, you know what I'm saying? With the, because I can remember they two families like having a feud or whatever, the Capulets and the whatever the name was, you know what I'm saying? But, like being in that karmic cycle of like, oh, you're going to always be my enemy because your last name is this and my last name is this, so we have to continue this cycle of war because, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it'd be, stuff like that. And again, collective karma, and collective karma also more so tied to like our earthly experience, you know what I'm saying? So it's like a collection of everything that went down up in this realm, you know what I'm saying? And the collective of everybody who was in connection with all that went down up in this realm, coming back, for whatever reasons, you know what I'm saying, to, heal collective karma. And then, cosmic karma, which is basically the soul experience beyond just the incarnation of being in this earthly plane, you know what I'm saying? But with the different types of karma, you got, again, some of these coming from this Judy Hall book, it's Crystal Prescriptions, Volume 6, if you want to check it out, But like attitudinal karma, so that's basically like ingrained, like an ingrained attitude or behavior or habitual attachment to a certain emotional stance, you know what I'm saying? And again, attitudinal karma kind of almost goes under ideological karma, which basically is like, clutching on to an idea or thought form too rigidly, where you're so rigidly connected to a certain perspective, that, you identify with it strongly, like you feel like that identity gives you life, and if you're feeling like that as you're transitioning, whatever that was, that familiar idea that you love so much, clinging on to it, you end up reincarnating due to, clinging on to, that ideal in essence. Because I mean, it's a simple math equation, like if I'm still clutching on to my experience or overly identifying with certain aspects of my experience, how could I go to a new party, and enjoy myself in a new party if I'm still holding on to, stuff from an old party, you know what I'm saying, or, an old experience, in essence. Or holding on to it in a harmful manner where, instead of like learning the lessons from it and like, and letting it go, it's like almost like holding on to it. But again, you got attitudinal karma, again, ingrained behaviors and habitual attachment to an emotional stance. You got retributive karma, that's trying to inflict punishment to yourself or others as a form of vengeance. So, it's like, oh, I gotta go back to get back at so and so, you know what I'm saying? Or to punish yourself, like, oh, I did this, so I should, I'm gonna live a lifestyle. I'm gonna reincarnate and go live under a bridge because, that was messed up that I didn't give that person a quarter at this gas station. And I'm kind of being like a little comical about it, but like, again, like, it be those types of, stances in essence, as a simple, simple example. And again, in retributive karma, in essence, kind of could go under, emotional attachment, or attitude, attachment, And then you got redemptive karma, which to me, that's kind of like what most karma falls under, is basically like doing something to redeem yourself or others from past actions. You know what I'm saying? In most cases, most souls in this experience right now is back over, trying to redeem some situation, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you wasn't as proactive as you could have been in a previous life, and as far as bringing forth awareness on how to heal or understand yourself as a, a holistic being, so it's like, all right, in order to redeem myself, I'm gonna come back, doing this, that, or the third, you know what I'm saying? But redemption karma, I feel like, again, like, that's in most cases, the reason behind, reincarnating is redemptive in a lot of cases. Because even, so say for instance, like another one, empath karma. But empath karma is basically like going through something to see what it feels like, especially if you never experienced being in that position, as far as like, to see what it feels like to be this type of person or that type of person. So you may reincarnate to, to see how that feels, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see what it feels like to be a person who's overweight and dealing with that, or a person who's too skinny, or I want to see what it feels like to be a melanated person, go through slavery. I want to see what it feels like, you know what I'm saying? Like having those different, perspectives due to empathy, though, due to like, like, and let me kind of go deeper in that, you know what I'm saying? Like, from the perspective of empathy, in the energy of, again, yeah, like wanting to, because it could also mean like, hey, from being an empath, I want to have a certain experience, but it's not from that perspective. It's more so like, so it's not speaking like from the energy of like, because I was an empath, this is why I want to reincarnate this way. It's more so using the terminology empath in the sense of like, like wanting to sense and feel what somebody else has gone through, you know what I'm saying? Especially somebody who you have wronged, and again, that goes back to redeeming. It's like, I want to redeem myself by feeling how it feels to, live that type of lifestyle of the person who I ridiculed or shamed or, put on a guilt trip. I want to see what it feels like to go through that experience, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's kind of like the empath karmic cycle. And then you have the karmic treadmill, the terminology used for like basically just where you're dealing with patterns that's so ingrained, that are just so, habits and patterns that are so ingrained in the soul, in spirit, that, you just kind of just stay like, well, I would almost say like being dizzy on a merry-go-round, because basically reincarnating is like, looping and going through cycles. So it's like, when you're on a merry-go-round, you get so dizzy, you don't know, where you even started on the merry-go-round, in essence, and you're so used to spinning on it, it's like, you don't know nothing else but spinning on the merry-go-round. So anything outside of being on the merry-go-round seems so unfamiliar that you just kind of say, let me stay on the merry-go-round, And again, that goes back to what I was saying about, somewhat the aspect of planning, you know what I'm saying? When you don't have no plan, if you don't have a plan, because literally though, like being on a merry-go-round. Like if I'm on a merry-go-round and I don't, you know how you plan out, like, all right, I'm gonna jump at this point. This is gonna be like the softest place to land. You know what I'm saying? If you don't make that plan, you'll kind of just stay like in that quote-unquote double dutch mode. You know, like how somebody be kind of like timing when to jump in on the double dutch. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, it could turn into that kind of like analysis paralysis in essence, you know what I'm saying? And being stuck in that spot. Because literally, you know, in essence, you know, the energy of a limbo, you know what I'm saying, and being in a certain space on that level is like, you know, like being stuck in a certain spot, you know what I'm saying? So it's like almost like indecision causes you to kind of stay stuck or in a stagnant space, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, you got that energy. But yeah, that's the karmic treadmill energy. Then you have the Judy Hall book is called Crystal Prescriptions, Volume 6. And then you have Technological Karma, you know, which I found an interesting one, you know what I'm saying? But basically like the misuse or abuse. And again, technological karma could technically fall under redemptive karma. So, you know, again, like some of these different ones I'm saying could fall, you know, under another one, you know what I'm saying? Could be like a division of another type of karma. But like, again, technological karma, you know, the misuse, abuse of technology, you know, being, so like either being extremely for technology or extremely against having technology, you know, but basically imbalance in that connection with technology, where you either prevented a helpful technology from being created, or you created a harmful technology. So you either like reincarnating to, cause like, damn, I was so scared of that, you know, I need to learn how to not be scared of that technology, or I supported that technology that was actually, you know, harmful. Like I supported the creation of chemotherapy chambers, you know, so I would want to reincarnate to create holistic healing for cancer, you know, so that people don't suffer from that radiation from what I created, you know what I'm saying? So again, it's kind of like that little energy there. You know, but again, like misuse or abuse of technology, you know, or misuse, abuse, or lack of use of technology, or not using it in a healthy manner. And then you have, this is not necessarily a certain type of karma, I feel, as much as it's just like an explanation of like how our karmic cycles, or how certain events or certain aspects of our experience point to, you know, our karma in essence. So, you know, like, so the symbolic karma, or like the symbology of our karma within our experience. And I remember a while back, like doing a video talking about like, you know, somebody having like a hunchback. You know what I'm saying? Like if a person has like a hunch in their back or whatever, like an old person that has a hunch in their back, probably got a hunch in their back because they didn't, you know, they abused their kundalini energy, or they were, you know, they ignored the signs to be aware of their kundalini energy, or be aware of their chakra health, and like, you know, and connecting with that energy. So they end up with a, you know, a humpback. So that humpback is like a symbol for, you know, for a certain, you know, karmic situation, you know what I'm saying? Or like, say for instance, a person with speech problems for a lack of oral expression, you know, you may have speech problems or stuttering and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, stuttering could be like, you know, like, you know, nervousness with expressing yourself. You know what I'm saying? So you stutter in this lifetime, you know what I'm saying? So like, just basically like, you know, seeing like the symbols, you know, through our experience, you know what I'm saying? Or say for instance, the left eye being damaged, you know what I'm saying? The left eye represents, you know, left eye connected to the right brain, you know, more so figuratively speaking, you know, we could say on an anatomy level, but just also like, you know, from the figurative aspect of the left eye connecting to the feminine side or the imagination, the creative side. So like if I go into a lifetime where my left eye is damaged, that's also speaking to the symbology of my feminine aspect, of, intuitive, creative, that less rational aspect of myself was probably, like I didn't want to see that aspect of myself. You know what I'm saying? So something ended up happening to my left eye due to not wanting to see, that aspect of myself, or I didn't, just not seeing it, in a simple explanation of it. So got that perspective. Then also you got again, it's kind of like not necessarily like a aspect, but we think about like a skill. So skill / occupational karma, but basically like continuing a certain skill or occupation from a past life, or trying something new due to being so familiar with a certain activity. You know what I'm saying? So like feeling like, all right, I overly did this in the past life, I want to do something new. But again, like remembering at the end of the day, like being aware of like why you really genuinely want to do it, like not doing it due to being under the spell of certain social engineering and programs that run up in this matrix. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the key. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of stuff be off of the strength of like what may have been programmed into us due to following like new age spiritual movements and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Where it's not the true essence of understanding what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But again, the skill of occupational karma, you know what I'm saying, like continuing a certain skill set, or trying something new due to being so familiar with a certain skill set. And matter of fact, stelliums, when we talk about this also, like in our birth chart, the south node and north node, points to our karmic experience in the sense of like, the south node is the things that we participated in a lot, you know what I'm saying, like the things that we were really connected in. And the north node is something that we need to work on, that we barely display, you know what I'm saying? So your north node is the energies that you barely displayed in past lives, and the south node is the energy that's your comfort zone because you're used to, being active in that energy, you know what I'm saying? And also stelliums. Stelliums is when you have like 3 or more planets in a certain house, you know what I'm saying, or 3 or more planets in a certain, zodiac sign, you know what I'm saying, and that represents, you doing a lot in that energy in a past life. So if I got like a bunch of planets in, my Capricorn house, let's just say, or the Capricorn energy, that means like I worked a lot on my image and how I presented myself to the world, and my career, and basically like all things that has to deal with climbing the mountain, you know what I'm saying? But like a stellium in the Capricorn house or a zodiac sign would mean that, again, like I participated in that energy a lot, and I have that choice to either, like, hey, since I am familiar with this energy, I could, use it to a benefit in this lifetime, or it could be like, well, because I've been so used to it, like, let me do something different. I want to try something new, you know what I'm saying? And, and pay attention to that too, because I realized like the stelliums in my chart, basically align with the north node and south node of my chart. And I looked at my Western astrology chart and my sidereal chart, and my south node in Western astrology is Libra, so that's the energy I'm used to. I'm used to the Libra energy. And then in sidereal is Virgo, so being used to the Virgo energy, detoxing, organizing, and that whole energy of, or what I was gonna say, and with that energy, when I looked at the So like looking at my south nodes and then looking at my chart, and it's like, oh shit, like I have a stellium that basically shows why my south node is what it is, not only in my western chart but also in my sidereal chart. So in my western chart, you know, it basically shows that I have like a stellium in the house of Libra and Virgo. So again, like it's actually showing like kind of almost like confirmation that the south nodes are accurate, you know what I'm saying, for my western and sidereal astrology within my western chart, you know what I'm saying. But again, I digress off of that, but the skill and occupational, you know, karmic energy. And then you got communication karma in essence, but it's like our expression karma, but basically like fully communicating, expressing your inner truth. So coming back due to not fully and truthfully expressing yourself, you know what I'm saying. So you may end up wanting to reincarnate due to like, oh man, I didn't really say everything I wanted to say or express myself the way I wanted to express myself. Like instead of having a haircut, I wanted to grow dreads, or instead of doing just traditional dreads from, you know, the Rastafari movement, I wanted to dye my hair and cut my hair. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, you know, but again, like more so from a communication aspect. So I caught how I was kind of speaking on just self-expression in general, but you know, but communication and self-expression, you know, from a place of, you know, self-expression orally, communicating, but also just like being a certain way as well. But basically, you know, again, coming back to not fully and truthfully expressing yourself. But again, that communication karma, in essence, that goes back under redemptive. You know, it's like I'm trying to redeeming myself from not expressing myself a lot. You know, so again, like that redemption aspect is kind of like one of the main, you know, catalysts in essence. You know. And ideological karma basically cuts into an idea, thought form too rigidly. I brought that up. You got hypocrisy, like hypocrisy karma, or like a hypocritical aspect of like, you know, doing one thing and saying another. So like basically doing things opposite to what you knew or believed in. You know, so you might have knew that, you know, Jesus wasn't like the way it was explained in the Bible, but you still went along with it. And you knew you was going along with something that you internally, you know, you was feeling the red flags and all those energies letting you know like, hey, this ain't what's up. You know what I'm saying? But you kind of just like ignored it and went with the flow of things just to people please, you know, and not seem like you were an oddball or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that kind of speaks to the hypocrisy aspect, like again, like believing in one thing and then kind of the actions lined up in another type of way. You know? But again, that kind of again goes back to redemptive karma. Now, judging karma, we're basically judging someone else's beliefs, appearance, intelligence. Like you judge somebody off of their belief, judge somebody off of their appearance, judge somebody off of their intelligence, judge somebody off of their, you know, certain sickness or disease, you know what I'm saying? And judging it as good or bad, you know, like they're bad for that, or they're messed up because they look like this, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, again, because what ultimately too, what may cause reincarnation is like, you know, forgetting like, you know, like damn, these different things that I was holding a grudge against or being so indifferent against were actually different aspects of, you know, of me in essence, you know what I'm saying? And it's not to say, oh, every single thing is an exact reflection of ourselves, but, you know, again, you know, we are experiencing what's going on in our subconscious. You know, our subconscious is, you know, reflected or created in our experience externally. You know what I'm saying? But again, like, so the judging aspect is kind of like you wanting to come back because you felt bad about judging source. So like you felt bad about judging this person's intelligence or judging this person in this way, form, or fashion. And this kind of go back to somewhat that empath karma explanation. You know what I'm saying? You see how some of them could kind of fall under the same thing, but like, you know, the empath karma is kind of like, again, like, oh, you know, wanting to see what somebody, you know, how it feels to go through what they went through, you know. And with the judging aspect, a lot of times it's like, all right, if I judge this type of person, then like, let me see what it feel like to go through what they, you know, like whatever aspect I was judging them about, I'm gonna put myself in their shoes, you know, and have to deal with that, you know what I'm saying, in some way, form, or fashion. Because at the end of the day, you know, it's about, you know, learning more about ourselves and being aware to not, you know, get caught up in, you know, just cycling back into this realm, you know, due to a lack of awareness of, you know, having the ability to do things that could prevent you from having to reincarnate, you know, constantly, you know. Then you also have omission or commission karma, which kind of goes to regret, you know, feeling like you should have done something or you shouldn't have done something, which goes back to redemptive, like, let me redeem myself by doing the thing that I should have done that I didn't do, or trying to redeem myself for doing something that I shouldn't have done, you know, quote unquote shouldn't have done or should have done, you know what I'm saying? And hence why, you know, just one of the main stages of our, you know, dealing with ourselves internally is removing that energy of guilt or shame for anything, you know what I'm saying? Because again, it'll be your own guilt or shame that becomes your judgment when you transition. You know, if you feel guilty for, you know, leaving somebody behind, or guilty, you know, you got that, I forgot what it's called, something remorse, or like that guilt for moving on, or like almost like feeling guilty for taking care of yourself, you know what I'm saying? Like, so being aware to not, you know, feel guilty for any reason, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever you done, forgive yourself and others, you know, and make sure to not do the same thing, you know, that caused you to even want to feel guilty in the first place, you know what I'm saying? Like, and move on from it. But also relationship karma, which is connection through love or hate, coming back to reconnect, deal with unfinished, or should I say, coming back to reconnect, to finish some business, to help somebody, or be with somebody. You know, in relationship karma, again, it's through love and hate, because, you know, like, for whatever it's worth, you know what I'm saying, the relationship karma of, you know, hate between, you know, a group of people or two people, that's a relationship. You know, hating somebody is a relationship with that person, you know. Like a person who trolls my video a lot, you know. Now, of course, again, it's not a relationship if I'm not going back and forth, you know, in that sense of it, you know, but that person is trying to be in a relationship with me, hence why they might keep trolling my videos or trolling my comments, but they trying to be, you know, they trying to be seen by me, they trying to be up in my energy field, you know what I'm saying? So they trolling to, you know, be in that relationship, you know what I'm saying? Even though it may be from a place of hate, or I dislike what you're talking about in your videos, or whatever the case may be, but it's still like a relationship type of energy, you know what I'm saying? And then some also interesting concepts I want to share, because it's my first time hearing it. You know, I may have spoken of it but never put words to it, but it's like karma in suspension. So basically, some karma may be too overwhelming for us to deal with all at once, so it's done in intervals or different stages, depending on the, you know, the progression of other factors, you know. So like, you know, we working on something, and then it kind of gets to like where we feel like there's a pause in whatever it is that we're doing, but it's due to, other factors needing to line up before you step into this next stage. Because if you just try to step into it or go into it without these other factors lining up, you may put too much pressure, or you may overwhelm yourself and defeat the purpose of you cleansing the karma as a whole. You know what I'm saying? So you need to, like it's given to you in little intervals, you know what I'm saying, little partitions, in essence, for you to be able to fully, deal with it, compared to it just being dumped on your head. Like, because think about, like, when you got like a big ass project to work on, you know what I'm saying, like you do it in little parts or little intervals, you know what I'm saying, like instead of wearing yourself out all in one day, it's like, all right, instead of one day of taking all this garbage outside, like I'm gonna take a little bit out, Monday I'm gonna take out the paper, Tuesday I'm gonna take out the plastic, Wednesday I'm gonna take out this trash, you know what I'm saying, like, like do it in intervals. And like, again, like having that balanced energy, you know what I'm saying, of being able to move forward, or like, again, like it's a marathon and not 100-yard dash. So instead of like wearing yourself out from that one day, to the point where, like, say for instance, if you try to take out all that trash in one day, you probably, while going down the stairs, you slipped and fell and broke your leg due to you was carrying too many bags and you couldn't see where you was going. It's too much baggage, couldn't see where you was going, and you slipped and broke your leg. So now, so not only you have to still get rid of that trash, but now you also have a broke leg that you have to deal with. And that could also speak to like having a damaged chakra, like where we may overwhelm our chakras, or basically like warp our chakras due to like trying to, doing something on an overwhelming energy, you know what I'm saying? Like instead of being patient and allowing things to build, you kind of warp yourself into an experience, that kind of overwhelmed your chakra field, and created like some form of distortion in essence, that, and in essence, so again, like creating a distortion. So now you have to heal that distortion and, still, cleanse that karma. So again, like with karma in suspension, it's like certain moments where, in essence, we're suspended from, working on a certain aspect of our karma due to things aligning for us to kind of step into the next stage of it. You know what I'm saying? And then also karma in the making, which is basically, again, like every now moment, instant karma, you know what I'm saying? Like every action, reaction, and response, you know what I'm saying, in our now moment, again, it's like creating, karma instantly. So our current thoughts, our current deeds, our current actions, our current beliefs, basically set the foundational blueprint of our future and, our next lifetime, you know what I'm saying, moving into the next, and of course, the aspect of overcoming fears and phobias, certain phobias and fears that we may have, you know what I'm saying, and, coming back to face a certain fear, or, in most cases, like coming to overcome a phobia or fear in some kind of way. And then you also have the energy of pacts and promises, fulfilling a pact or a promise, which in essence, that's kind of redemptive. That goes back into redeeming. Like I'm trying to redeem myself for this promise I made, or redeem myself for this pact I made, you know what I'm saying, with somebody, Some of the main things, again, like we're dealing with the karmic energy, is addictive patterns and habitual responses, and that kind of goes into the karmic treadmill, but like the hamster wheel effect, like just staying in the, the karmic treadmill, but that in essence is due to addictive patterns and habitual responses. Imprints from your environment. You know what I'm saying? Like being, again, like extremely tied to a certain, a certain area, a certain environment, a certain way of life, that you were extremely like, tied to, like, like almost like, man, I miss those days in Kemet, man. I really, want to go back to Kemet. Or I really want to go back to Kush or India. Or I really want to go back to Atlantis, you know what I'm saying? But more so, again, like speaking from my now moment, you know what I'm saying? But, at whatever point in time you're in, but like being like, like extremely attached to a certain environment in essence. Unresolved ancestral issues, that's also, again, like something to release on a karmic level. Toxic emotions, of course, again, because that's the Saturn moon matrix, the moon dealing with the subconscious, intuition, dreams, and again, emotions, because the full moon, is connecting with that water aspect. The water represents emotions, and it also represents the subconscious and in essence, memory. Because the subconscious is basically a memory of all of your repetition, like all the symbols that you're constantly repeating, all the things you're constantly saying, constantly thinking, the symbols that you're constantly looking at, all the things you're constantly consuming, through your ears, eyes, nose, and mouth, creates like a form of memory, in essence, like, again, like the subconscious mind. Entangled relationships, you know what I'm saying, like some form of entanglement, or enmeshment with, other beings, again, like not fulfilling a certain contract with somebody. Now, again, you could, step into that realm of like rewriting contracts, you know what I'm saying, which we kind of went through a little portal, I could sense as of recently of like, rewriting certain contracts, you know what I'm saying, because certain movements and things we have done, you know what I'm saying? So we kind of create some new soul contracts, with certain people, places, and things. Outdated soul purpose or life plans, you know what I'm saying? So that's also something to, be released. It's like we come into a lifetime and we're probably still hanging on to some old soul purpose or some old life plans. It's like release that energy. And that's also may be connected with that ancestral karma as well, because on the ancestral level, it may be our grandmother, a certain family member that tries to, get some unfinished business done through us, you know what I'm saying? But in essence, that may disrupt, what we got going on, you know what I'm saying? What you got going on within this lifetime, you know what I'm saying? So you having to be aware of that, you know what I'm saying? With anything, like, it's like relationships, like across the board. Like if we talking about relationship with your spirit guides, relationships with your ancestors, should be just like how you deal with, any other human. Like if somebody disrespect you, try to overstep, the boundaries, or they're not they're not truly what's best for you, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to deal with that. And that's also for your spirit guides or spirits in general, you know what I'm saying? And ancestors, you know what I'm saying? It's like, like dealing with beings or energies that, respect your energy field. And again, it starts with self-respect. It's all reflective of how we deal with ourselves, because if we respect ourselves and we have reverence and respect for ourselves and what we're doing, then, in essence, that creates an energy field where our spirit guides and ancestors have reverence and respect for what we're aligned with as well, you know what I'm saying? And I even went into the little rabbit hole too, just to kind of drop that in there, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, cause and effect on all levels, again, archetypes are the children of karma, are the children of cause and effect. And I thought about like crystals. I'm like crystal karma, in the sense of like, so if we personified a certain element, so like for example, quartz is a very common crystal, so basically like what's the karmic relationship between oxygen and silicon? If quartz is such an abundant, crystal, in essence, that means that, and quartz is made out of silica and oxygen. So basically, and think of like the quartz crystal is like a relationship, you know what I'm saying? Because again, like when we do certain things, we're crystallizing a world, or like, are creating a crystal in essence, you know what I'm saying? By, again, bringing in the thought, emotions, and actions, you know what I'm saying? But like say for instance, oxygen being in a crystallized form with silicon, that means like, so literally, because I think about like, all right, if you're stuck with somebody, like in this lifetime, like you're constantly attracting this type of person, or you're always around this certain type of people, places, or things, in essence, that has to deal with some form of cause and effect from the previous life. So it's like, all right, in the same notion with a crystal, like what was the cause and effect for certain elements to be present in certain crystals, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me think of like, within, let's just say within fluorite, like the fluorite, I'm gonna just name some of it, not all, but like fluorine and calcium is in fluorite. So it's like, what's the karmic cause and effect for fluorine to have to spend most of its time with calcium in the form of being a fluorite crystal? You know what I'm saying? But that's like a karmic relationship within itself, you know what I'm saying, within the crystals. So you see again how that cause and effect could be applied on, on every little situation, like the cause and effect to why the weather is a certain way in Louisiana, let's just say, But again, like it is across the board, you know what I'm saying? Like this whole energy in essence. Let me move a little bit. Not really heat. I'm just looking at some of y'all comments. Let's see. appreciate your luminosity. So if a karmic cycle has been manifested during a previous season, is it recommended to the body flow through? I'm trying to catch this question on the fly. Let's see, Bree. Say if a karmic cycle has been manifested during a previous season. When you say season, do you mean like a previous lifetime or like a previous moment within this life? All right, what's up, brethren? Peace. Yeah, again, like the different little cause and effects, you know. Like being aware, you know, as I'm, you know, just becoming more aware of myself and, you know, just the energies of, you know, also being aware of, like, you know, again, like the words, because I realize how much we could be, you know, like it's certain things that come up to like try to trigger us back into certain karmic cycles as well, you know what I'm saying? It's like you've grown past a certain energy or grown past a certain way of life, you know what I'm saying? And that way of life or energy could like come back for you, you know what I'm saying? In the essence of like, you know, trying to get you, you know, to go about things in that same manner. And again, like I was saying with the, you know, the archetypes are children of karma, you know. And that's why I also like to deal with this perspective of spirituality, because on, you know, it's the deepest, truest essence of this experience, you know. Like I could sit around, and to each his own, as I make this comment, you know, this may ruffle some feathers with, you know, the whole little deities and spirit vibes, you know what I'm saying? But like if I know that a certain spirit or energy is literally just created from people, you know, wanting to turn an archetype into, you know, in some cases, some people didn't want it to turn into something outside of themselves, but it's like literally, you know, any deity in essence is just like a form of the number 1 through 9. So literally like worshiping certain gods in essence is like worshiping numbers, you know, like, because again, like you worshiping the movement of consciousness through 1 through 9, you know what I'm saying? Like all the different little, you know, archetypical energies, you know what I'm saying? Like you get one, and that's where one God creating another God, you know, kind of in essence come from. It's like one experience or one number intermingling with, you know, observing itself in the other previous numbers creates a new archetype or a new position. You know what I'm saying? Like again, the Taurus, you know, tapped into a little more love, you know what I'm saying, and grounded itself, because it realized, all right, that fire, that Aries and that head first, strong masculine energy of that Aries, you know, I could use that, but I need to tone it down a bit. You know what I'm saying? And again, like the Taurus, the creation of, you know, the fixed energy of Taurus energy, you know, or we could say the earth energy, you know, that's kind of like, again, like with the Bible, with all the horn beings, like any type of, like, you know, or like the worship of like a, you know, a cow or a horn being in some way, form, or fashion, you know, that points to, again, the moment that this realm was created. I don't know if I could flip my, can I flip my, all right, no, I gotta hold up my tablet. Which I spoke on this in a live video I just recently did. And that's why I brought it back to the archetypes of children of karma. Because again, so now you see, all right, karma or cause and effect, you know what I'm saying, is what creates different archetypes. You know, it creates different personalities. The reason why you got different personalities is, again, due to the certain thoughts, emotions, and actions of a certain, you know, number in a particular, you know, space. You know what I'm saying? But we talk about the Greek mythology and Kronos eating his children. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, time in essence, it like eats the flesh, like it eats, you know, it eats an identity. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm over attached to being universal, the god of YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Like if this is, you know, hypothetically, you know, then I would see time, you know, it's like something that's trying to eat me. Like, you know, it's like that's trying to make me transition, you know what I'm saying? So that's like eating, it's like eating a god. It's like literally, you know what I'm saying? Like time is like eating that god, because that god is only created through identity and through, you know, a temporary name and experience. So, you know, something that exposes that temporariness in essence is something that, you know, again, that could be seen as detrimental. And again, like that's why it's important to know who's telling the story. You know what I'm saying? If people who worship Saturn is telling the story, then when anything has to deal with Jupiter, you know, they're gonna be like, oh, Jupiter was evil, Jupiter was this and that, you know what I'm saying? And we worship the Lord, you know, which the Lord and Savior, you know, again, like who's Lord and Savior? Like what perspective they coming from? Because most people speaking on a Lord and Savior either talking about just Saturn or just the sun, you know what I'm saying, or just Jupiter, you know what I'm saying? And as I look at myself as a whole being, am I just one of my chakras? Am I just one deity? Am I just one crystal? Am I just, you know, am I just one planet? You know what I'm saying? Is one planet more important than the others? You know, and just simply with, you know, having that perspective, you know, you start to see like, all right, a lot of this shit is like, you know, like people just kind of like it's politics, it's planetary spirit and deity politics, you know. Unless a person becomes aware of it to not, you know, overly identify with it, you know, it becomes like a spiritual gang banging, or, you know, like again, like basically like what archetypes are, you know, fighting against each other instead of learning how to integrate and harmonize, you know what I'm saying? You know, because that even goes into, you know, we're dealing with the lower chakras, or dealing with, you know, certain aspects of self that we don't see as favorable, aka shadow work. You know, it's like, all right, you know, I see sex as bad, so I'm gonna push my sexuality to the side. You know what I'm saying? You know, and it's like, nah, you know, that's meant to be integrated in a healthy manner into, you know, into your experience. You know what I'm saying? Instead of pushed to the side. right, divine oracle. Mr. Boone asks, Selassie a deity. So, again, it's from my perspective, my own internal insight and research, what I'm saying, is that it's just, and this shout out to those who be aware even when people want to worship them and stuff like that. Because that's one thing I always point out with Selassie is like, even Selassie would say like, hey, don't worship me. You know what I'm saying? Like, like tap into, the universal God, like, the source energy, you know what I'm saying? Which to be technical though, again, Rastafari and that whole energy, you just look at the name Ras. A part of Ras is also Ra, which is like, solar energy. So it's also kind of like, solar worship, you know what I'm saying? Because again, like, Yahweh is not the only, that's not the only God, and hence why the book of Enoch, and other, biblical canon. And I even say just that, you know what I'm saying? That's referencing, literature that most people are aware of. But, you go across the board, having to check out the Bhagavad Gita and Greek mythology and, because that all go with it too, as much as some people want to write it off just because it's connected to what some people may call European people or whatever the case may be. It still have the, it still has the corresponding stories that could kind of bring in the whole picture, you know what I'm saying? And think about that as somebody who's gaining insight, how uninformed I would be or how much I wouldn't get the whole picture if I neglected something just because, it's connected to some quote unquote European person or energy that, or I don't want to, like, I'm not dealing with that. And then I miss out on getting a certain perspective, you know what I'm saying, due to having a grudge or like an ego, overly identifying with being a quote unquote black person to the point where I'm not getting the full awareness of myself as a being, because again, I'm here, I'm now. So yes, what I'm saying, like, a part of my experience first and foremost is being in this human bodysuit, what I'm saying, and taking care of my, getting lower chakras to the higher chakras, taking care of the root, my day-to-day survival, again, sustenance, again, like taking care of self-shelter, things of this nature. But then, it's also knowing that it goes beyond that as well. But at the end of the day, with it going beyond that, it's still maintaining a balance, you know what I'm saying? Because you could only go as high as your foundation is strong, you know what I'm saying? So like a tree could only grow as high as the roots are deep, you know what I'm saying? The only reason why a mountain could reach to a point where it's actually snow at, you know what I'm saying, is because of how, how strong the foundation is. The reason why you'll climb so high up a ladder outside your house is due to how strong the foundation is. If nobody holding the bottom of the ladder and it starts to shake and get all flimsy, you're not gonna climb any higher, you know what I'm saying? And that's for a reason, it's meant to be that way. It's like, all right, I don't need to climb any higher until I create a solid foundation with this ladder so that I could, truly, climb up without having to go back and fix anything. You know what I'm saying? But back to the, to the Selassie thing, I done said before, like, it's connected to the Leo energy or the Leo constellation. You think about the star Ras Elace, one of the main stars in the Leo constellation. And then you also think about, again, like when you talk about the Leo energy, that Leos are ruled by the sun energy, the solar energy. And again, the prefix Ra, what I'm saying, standing for that sun energy. But the reason why, Selassie, one of the reasons what I always picked up is that, he definitely was and is like a, a strong a strong being, you know what I'm saying? Like a being who, you know, connected to, you know, that Leo energy in a strong way, even down to, you know, what it is, if I'm not mistaken, Haile Selassie's birthday is either the birthday or the Ground Nation Day, but I want to say birthday is on the same day that the Leo zodiac sign started. You know, so like what it is in like August sometime, like August. I forgot what actual date, but you know, like when the Leo constellation come into, or when the sun goes into Leo, let's say it like that. You know, it's the same date as Selassie's. Again, and don't quote me. It's either birthday or Ground Nation Day, but you know, what I'm getting to is that there are a lot of strong correlations, you know, that show, like, you know, how much of a strong being Selassie was. But again, it's like not to worship, you know, another person. You know, like again, like the true essence of it is, and that's what we're about to start seeing too. Is like some people are gonna be, you know, whether they may be the true embodiment of a certain deity or God, or due to all the different programs or spells that's activated within this realm. You know, certain people might be under the spell of believing they are a certain deity, and therefore allowing for that deity to possess them. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if I believe I'm this, that, or the third, you know, that energy now has a vessel to operate, because I'm invoking it by by externalizing, like, hey, you know, so and so, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like it's basically like creating a space for that energy to like move through you. Because again, like, we'll start to see that some people gonna operate like how, you know, how gods were explained, you know, in the past, of like, you know, needing people to worship them, you know. But there's also somewhat the story of, you know, think about Narcissus, you know, in Greek mythology, and that's also connected to the god Yama in what it is in Hindu mythology. You know, Yama was basically the lord of death, but, you know, similar to Narcissus, you know, Yama was like so infatuated with the way he looked. He was like beautiful, and he loved the way he looked, you know what I'm saying? So much so to where when Shiva saw this, Shiva like did something to switch his image, and when he looked into the water, he saw like this beastly type of, you know, energy, you know what I'm saying? And this somewhat speaks to the Lucifer story too, of like Lucifer being like the most beautiful angel, you know what I'm saying, and then cast it out or whatever. You know, it's kind of like that same storyline, but again, it's just archetypical, you know, storylines. And, you know, these archetypical stories, you know, depending on how they're told over years, could turn into an actual being. You know, like, again, like, you know, Jesus could become a egregor, you know what I'm saying? Because again, it didn't exist for the longest. You know, you got 16 stories of the same story as Jesus that existed beforehand. So, you know, just with that proof, you know, alone, seeing like how that energy just come about. But like, as people, as it was promoted, because literally, like, you know, part of the Bible in essence, or that whole religious, you know, aspect coming up, was a magical spell. It was like a magical spell to be casted amongst the collective. Because again, like, these people studied the true essence of how our thoughts, you know, work, or how our energy work in general. It's like, oh shit, people create stuff with their subconscious mind, or like the mind creates what a person experience. So if we get all these people to believe that this person died for their sins, or this and that, you know what I'm saying, then that becomes like a egregor, you know, and that egregor slash basically a collective thought form could actually, you know, have some form of influence if you're not aware. Because nothing could cause you to do anything you don't want to. Like, nothing could go against your will. You know, you have to invite it in. You have to, be like, all right, Jesus, come on in, you know what I'm saying? Like to, like basically invite that egregor in. But, like, yeah, with the Selassie energy, again, it's just a very important, being in connection with the solar energy, or connection with the Ra energy, in essence. And that's the whole reason why everything is connected to the lion, because it's connected to the Leo constellation and connected to, the solar energy, But yep. Bridge of Ra. I was like, if you still in here, I knew you was gonna chime in too. Yep. All right. July 23rd. Say it was Angel, Gabriel. And when I think about like the whole demiurge and the God aspect, I realize why, there in mythology there exists the energy of certain gods being jealous of like the human experience. That's when I had to like, again, like dive deeper and realize like, all right, as much as I'm trying to get to the highest chakras and trying to, be against my humanity, I'm like, well, shit, a deity or a god, or AKA an archetype, is built to serve humanity and could only exist through humans giving it power, you know what I'm saying? Hence what the whole American Gods show was pointing at too. One of the things that the American Gods show was pointing to, that's why Wednesday on American Gods kept trying to keep Shadow Moon around, other than the fact of the representation of him also being his half son. But it was because Shadow Moon had that part human, part God energy. And if Shadow Moon wasn't giving something his focus or attention, because that was another thing too, like things fighting for your attention, because again, like not from no egotistical aspect of like you having the power, to control things, like you are the only one that has the power to control things from that perspective. But literally, why certain things try to get into our area of focus is due to how powerful our focus is, because just by focusing on, like just by you participating in whatever goes on in the news and all that, like you keep it alive, I say you, but like, each, whichever one of us that chooses to continuously like, look at it, especially when we know we don't have to, when we know we could do without, but you got to learn that for yourself, you know what I'm saying? Like I realized for myself, like, oh shit, I could go without the news. I could never have to watch the news and still know what's necessary for my now moment, you know what I'm saying? Like, all I got to do is, do my inner work, become strong in my intuition, trust my inner guidance. And if something of that nature needs to, I need to be aware of, I come across it in a store or somebody saying something about something somewhere where, all right, I need to be aware of this part, you know what I'm saying? But, yeah, like the whole aspect of the gods being jealous of humans, and again, like with American Gods, Wednesday was trying to, keep the attention of Shadow Moon, and particularly trying to have Shadow Moon pay attention to the old gods, because it's basically like a battle of the old gods and the new gods. because Wednesday and all the old guys was losing their power because technology and all kind of other things was being created. How you had Tech Boy, what I'm saying, due to people using phones now. So basically, like a phone and the internet is almost like becoming a god, due to how much people focus on it and give it that energy. You know what I'm saying? But again, it's created, and think about it like that though. What did what created this technology? You know what I'm saying? Was it us in our human form? Because then technically, a human is responsible for the birth of the technological God. Let's just say, in that sense of it. Yeah, because I'm realizing, like, when I was researching Baal, the god or deity Baal, I'm like, damn, well, he was almost like a personification of Jupiter or like Zeus energy. And, the Hebrews, whenever, like, so say, for instance, again, like, that's why I had to back off of, the whole Hebrew thing, too, you learn as you go, because you see something and it's popular. Like, oh, look at the cool Hebrew letters. That seems so unique, tapping into the Hebrew letters and you see all my brethren with the dreads and all this, that seems cool and, all this, but not realizing like, well, hey, Saturn is not the end all be all. Like a Hebrew in essence is like worshiping Saturn and worshiping the creation of time, so in essence, the Hebrew God, whenever they talking about Lord, their Lord is time or karma or, or Saturn, the Lord of karma, what I'm saying? So when you're reading that text, it's like, oh yeah, God, the Hebrews and this and that, it's like, from that perspective, you're worshiping Saturn, not necessarily taking into account the whole picture of being the no thing, before, any of those different names and things were created, what I'm saying? It's like, infinity and no thing existed before the word Saturn and the planet and time was even created, what I'm saying? And again, no good or bad, right or wrong with that. Like when you transition, you transition, in connection with, that energy or those beliefs, what I'm saying? And in that life review, depending on how lost, how aware or unaware you were, you could, pull yourself out of that cycle, being aware of like, oh shit, I was worshiping this when it really was about a bigger picture, what I'm saying? So, right. And what you said, like, again, simply put, we live and we learn, again, different archetypes created. The fool standing on the edge of the food cart, standing at the edge of at the little edge, what I'm saying? And literally speaking to, the perspective or the breakdown of knowledge, like knowing the ledge, like knowing where the ledge at, the food card and the tarot, the fool like on the ledge, you know what I'm saying? Because the fool about to, you know, go through different thoughts, emotions, take certain actions, and you know, and create certain experiences from that. And then from the fool, you know, just kind of like, hey, I'm just gonna take that first step into the unknown. And then it was like, you know, kind of creating an archetype. Well, let me learn how to work with the elements, aka the magician. You know what I'm saying? So it again, like, it's a storyline of, you know, again, like moving through those different archetypes, through those different numbers, you know. And again, like literally, you know, that's it. You know, all the other stuff, you know, is just different ways that, you know, of us connecting with source energy. Some of us are more aware of the wholeness of source energy than others, but for the most part, you know what I'm saying, like these different traditions just have to deal with being in certain areas, you know, and you know, just like being in the body, as above, so below, you know what I'm saying? Like any cells in my throat area is gonna be more familiar with the blue energy, and more familiar with communication. You know what I'm saying? So whatever cells in this part of my body, you know, they're gonna embody, you know, the throat chakra energy. You know, compared to the cells that's in my genital areas that mostly know about physical sex. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, mostly deal with the color red, you know what I'm saying? You know, like the cells in that part of my body is no different from a tribe in a certain part of the body of Earth. You know what I'm saying? That, hey, we only eat this or do that or do this, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's the same things, and that's what'll help cut down on a lot of you know, egoic clashes and confusion when it comes down to our you know, spiritual practices. It's like understanding like how everything like corresponds with each other, and it's not about like, you know, worshiping or, you know, overly identifying with, you know, certain aspects, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's definitely, again, like just going through those motions of, you know, and, you know, again, like with the karmic vibes, you know, as above, so below, as within, so without, you know what I'm saying? Law of correspondence, you know, and basically that's the collective karma too. Collective karma of Saturn creating a time box, or aka ego. Like basically Saturn, you know, and that's what a story of like, you know, Lucifer or Satan, or like the energy of like being tricked into a certain experience, or Kronos eating his children. You know, it's like, again, like Saturn creating a time box, or aka creating ego, or a way for infinity to experience and observe itself, literally, you know what I'm saying? And again, there's more layers to it, hence why we do kind of like tap into all these different forms of explaining, you know, to kind of bring in the whole picture, you know, because if we keep breaking down karma, you know, breaking down and building it up, breaking down and building up, you know, all these different, you know, like numerology and understanding astrology, you know what I'm saying? Like, then you start to get these truths, you know what I'm saying? Because again, you know, to each his own, you know, with, again, like we're taking Solomon's story or different stories very literal, where I do feel like, you know, some of these beings, you know, through the default of like where certain energy signatures or storylines that exist. So I'm pretty sure that some being walked the earth living out some of these archetypical experiences, you know what I'm saying? But again, you know, Solomon in essence, and again, there's a bunch of subjective truth, there's subjective truths and objective truths, and there's partial truths and whole truths. And, you know, part of the truth is that, you know, Solomon, you know, is just basically the archetype of a person who understands how to work with the elements. You know, basically Solomon is a personification of a magician, You know what I'm saying? And to some extent, the storyline of a magician who, you know, could become power drunk, you know what I'm saying? Like drunk with power, you know what I'm saying? Like dealing with the spirits, or getting too cocky or arrogant in the way of dealing with the spirits, you know what I'm saying? And these different aspects of self, you know, because if I understand that my, you know, like my certain unhealthy or toxic behaviors, you know, that may not be my identity, but it's still a part of me, you know, then I won't treat it so, you know, like I won't be so judgmental towards those toxic aspects of myself, because I understand, like, oh, it's a part of me, you know, like the farted drinking, you know, aspect, you know what I'm saying, that's a part of me. That doesn't mean I have to go back and drink farts to acknowledge that it's a part of me, or, you know, go deal with that behavior. But I acknowledge, like, hey, you know, that part of me was neither good or bad. It was a part of my experience, you know, again, like we say, living, we learn, like that was a part of my growth, you know what I'm saying, to have to go through that energy. But again, what I was bringing up, like, y'all done heard me say it, but again, just bringing it all together, you know, mythology is anatomy, and anatomy is mythology. The story of mythology is in the story of how your body works. You know what I'm saying? Your bones create your blood. Your bones is connected to the Saturn energy. And then on a zodiac level, your bones is connected to the Capricorn energy. Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, the Lord of Karma, you know what I'm saying? And Capricorn is, or the goat, could also be, you know, is known for being the scapegoat. Like, hey, let's blame the Capricorn, let's blame the goat for all of this shit. Like, let's just find that one scapegoat and blame him, or blame it, or blame that deity for whatever we're experiencing, you know? Because that's the thing too, what I think most of everybody in this realm is going to start to realize is that, you know, you no longer could blame something else for your experience. And if you do, then you're making that external thing like a god over you, or like having control over you. Like, you know, if you still blaming, you know, the government for you having a certain experience, are you still blaming, you know, just old slavery shit or whatever, you know what I'm saying, then that shit has a control over you. You know, whatever gets you mad, you know, how to say that, gets your goat, but whatever gets you mad, you know, has control over you, you know what I'm saying? It's like has a remote control. You know, all they gotta do is put on the TV screen, black guy got shot. Oh man, there they go, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Bam. So literally, you know, and on a psychological level, you know, again, knowing the subconscious mind, that's why I did that previous video about it. Again, it goes back to the subconscious mind. Because if we were more aware of these types of things, then we wouldn't be triggered into those, you know, those types of reactions, or those, you know, those types of emotional attachments, you know, getting caught up in that, you know, because again, it's like literally, like, and that's what I realized. I'm like, damn, you know, if I don't have a control over how I respond to certain things, then that means the external world has control over me. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, damn, well, then it really is about my inner work. You know, it's about, you know, dealing with myself, so I learn how to respond differently to things instead of always reacting the same way that I always did. You know what I'm saying? And again, because literally the external world, I have a remote control. It's like everybody got the remote to you, and they change your channels. You know what I'm saying? They got the remote control, and like, you know, if they say a certain thing, and that, you know, if you're unaware, you'll react, and literally you'll go about your day acting in a certain way that technically, if you were aware that you were reacting, you know, you wouldn't want to do that. Like, you wouldn't want to go through that cycle, you know what I'm saying? You would want to respond differently and do something differently, you know? And I think, again, like, that's why a lot of us are so strong about, like, discussing the subconscious mind and discussing things on a deeper level, because we see how much we could get caught up into not really knowing what's going on when we look at things through the lens of like a religious view, where it's always looking to worship something, always looking to have some type of savior, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, universal gonna save us all. Like, no, I'm not gonna save nobody but myself. I could help you due to, you know, like the words I done shared or certain things I done did in this world that could help you, you know, but at the end of the day, it's your own actions that's gonna, you know what I'm saying, save you, you know. It's your own little energies. But again, like the storyline being in the bodysuit, the bones create the blood. So in essence, that also, and you see that little whole little connection too with astrology, you know, malefic placements, male, with the first word being male, malefic placements related to the planets Saturn and Mars. And that's the reason why, you know, talk about Mars being exalted, and I want to say Capricorn, like that whole Mars and Saturn connection, because Mars energy is created by Saturn, aka your bones is creating your blood, and the main component, one of the main components of your blood is iron, and iron is connected to the Mars energy, you know, the Aries energy, you know what I'm saying? So that Saturn energy, you know, is creating your Mars energy, and that also speaks to the aspect again of your karmic, you know, the cause and effect of your past lives, aka karma, you know what I'm saying, aligns you with a certain bloodline in this lifetime. You know what I'm saying? Again, like all those different aspects of what I explained about karma, you know, you, in most cases, like a lot of times too, you know, you may reincarnate where your bloodline may have been most of your quote unquote enemies, you know what I'm saying, in past lives, you know. And again, it's like that karmic situation playing out that way. You know, again, the bones creating the blood, aka Saturn creating the blood, or Saturn creating how your Mars energy play out. Because, you know, we talk about bloodline as well, you know, we talk about the iron in the blood, you know, and again, like Mars, other than passion, you know, again, dealing with the energy of war, you know what I'm saying? So again, like in some cases, our bloodline may point to people, places, or things, but let's say people, you know, or beings that we may have been at war with in past lifetimes. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, understanding that, you know, again, like that whole connection. So if you want to study, you know, if you want to study mythology, you could also look at the correspondence in your body and study, you know, like if I know my foot is connected to Pisces, my shin is connected to Aquarius, my knees connected to Capricorn, my thighs connected to Sagittarius, and then I read something about anatomy which says that my heart was created from my kneecap, then, you know, and that's hypothetically speaking, so I'm not saying that that's what it is, but hypothetically speaking, if I looked at anatomy and it says something about my heart being created by my kneecap, or aka the bones in my knee, then that would speak to the Saturn or Capricorn energy creating the Cancer / Leo energy, because the heart energy is kind of like Cancer and somewhat Leo energy. Leo is like part solar plexus, part heart chakra energy, and Cancer kind of like the heart energy. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you'll learn a whole zodiac storyline just by studying, you know, the anatomy, you know, because that's something I want to study too, like how the fetus develop inside the womb. That'll give you a whole fucking mythological story. You know what I'm saying? Like, because even with, you know, again, like with the aspect of, you know, we talk about seeding different planets or seeding different worlds, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's simply put, you know, that on a macrocosmic level, it's like, oh, different beings are, you know, seeding different worlds. But then simply put, that's also it's a sexual experience, you know what I'm saying, on a physical level. You know, you seed in a different world whenever you know what I'm saying, choosing to, you know, procreate, you know, with another being, you know what I'm saying? again, like Mars energy, again, dealing with that passion or warlike energy, and created by, the Lord of Karma, created by the Saturn energy, and then the body created by the bones, which is all correlated, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, the fun thing, too, like, listening to certain, like, little Bible stories or mythological stories, because, like, even with the book of Enoch, where they got, like, the 36 demons, which technically is like the 36 deacons of the zodiac. Each zodiac sign is, in Western astrology at least, because sidereal go off of the real degrees in the sky, but Western just breaks it down mathematically to like 30 degrees in each sign, and each 30 degree sign has 3 sections within it. So Capricorn has a first deacon, second deacon, and third deacon. And the first deacon is the 0 to 10 degrees, then 11 to 20, or 21 to 30. But, basically like the, again, like the 3 subdivisions within the 30 degrees. But in the book of Enoch, that's spoken of as demons. So it's like, all right, what would be more accurate? You know what I'm saying? More accurate in a holistic perspective, because the partial truth is that one could say that those aspects are like little demons or whatever the case may be. But on a deeper level, it's like, nah, they're just different aspects of a zodiac sign. It's not necessarily a demon as much as it's, you know what I'm saying, like an archetypical expression, just an archetypical expression, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, if I was to go along with the storyline at face value, I wouldn't get the deeper message, you know what I'm saying? Because like when I think of the cherubim, I'm like, the cherubim, those levels of angels wasn't created until Earth was created, you know what I'm saying? Till the Taurus energy came about, you know what I'm saying? Just all three of the all three of the Earth signs, Virgo, Taurus, and Capricorn. You know what I'm saying? Like when those energies was born, then the cherubim, because again, the cherubim is depicted, you know what I'm saying, biblically, is having 4 faces. And those 4 faces was the 4 fixed signs. If you, what it is, the world card, it's in the corner on the world card, but you got the man face, which stands for Aquarius, the eagle, which is like instead of a Scorpio, it's the eagle energy. You know what I'm saying? But you got the eagle, you got the lion, representing the Leo energy, fixed fire, and then you got the bull head, which represents the fixed earth energy. And that's also, again, like with a lot of biblical stories, there's so much about the bull, because within those moments of them writing those stories, that's when, the earth plane was starting to kind of solidify itself more, and the material was becoming, material realm becoming more and more heavier, because again, cause and effect, also through the elements, you know what I'm saying? The earliest elements, are more gas-like, are more in their energies, you know what I'm saying? Like lead wasn't created till this earthly plane became more of a heavier experience, you know what I'm saying? Which it had to gradually get there, so, all the elements on the periodic table wasn't always in existence, like, again, like, first hydrogen, and then these other, elements coming afterwards, you know what I'm saying? And, and also points to like, the noble gases, early in the periodic table, and the noble gases are the only gases and in essence elements that never mixes with another, you know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Brother Honk, talking about working with the xenon gas, you know what I'm saying? But the xenon gas, again, like you'll never see a chemical combination, like you won't see a crystal that's like potassium, fluorine, and xenon. Like xenon ain't mixing with none of that shit, so xenon gonna only be xenon. And there's a storyline within that as well. It's like, all right, what does the noble gases represent? You know what I'm saying? Like if the noble gases was a person, personified, what would that look like? You know what I'm saying? But, again, yeah. I get what you're saying in the technical sense of like what infinity is, So for lack of a better word, yeah, you could say limitless or boundless, you know what I'm saying? Beyond the bounds of time, in essence, But, again, like that's that whole... You see, and I kind of got somewhat of an example in this little note right here. Infinity twisting. But because like the creation of Earth, again, like the Saturn energy, it's like, and that's why it's also considered so much to be a father, because it's a father of the earthly experience, you know what I'm saying, or like a parent, let's just say, to this earth plane experience, like the creation of Earth created dimensional travel, but also simultaneously created dimensional stagnation. Basically looping was created, you know what I'm saying, by the creation of the Earth. And again, like the Saturn energy creating that, that box. That box. Another video, another time. Yep. And right quick though, some little correlations too on the etymology by the etymology of cosmic, something I say something, intuitively, felt that vibe to, break down the etymology of cosmic, and cosmic, again, most of these definitions, I forgot, to name the actual dictionary it came from, to be very on point with the research. But it's basically like, again, the dictionary that comes up when you Google these words, you know what I'm saying? But cosmic, relating to the universe or cosmos, especially as as distinct. Wait, hold on. I might have worded that wrong. I'm not really catching it as I'm going. Like, it's funny if you be in a different dimension from when you wrote something, you know what I'm saying? So, that all have to align. But anyway, relating to the universe or cosmos, and when you got a definition that has a word in it that you don't know what that word means, you go even more in depth. So again, cosmic, relating to the universe or cosmos. What is the cosmos? You still didn't really give me no answer in essence. So the cosmos, the universe seen as a well-ordered whole. You know what I'm saying? And right there, you kind of, talk about the cosmos and you talk about order. You know what I'm saying? Law and order, you know what I'm saying? That Saturn energy, you know what I'm saying? That order, having a system. As a matter of fact, me and my partner was joking about, like, Saturn, all STR words, you know what I'm saying? Like strict, strap, like you whip with the strap to get discipline and, strict discipline, you know what I'm saying? But like a lot of STR words or words with STR in it kind of point to that Saturnian energy, you know what I'm saying? But the cosmos, the universe, basic cosmos is the universe seen as a well-ordered whole, basically a system of thought. You know what I'm saying? And again, in the Gnostic scriptures, before the Bible just said at first was the Word and the Word was God, the actual word came from a thought form that was created by another God, you know what I'm saying? Another aspect of source energy, you know what I'm saying? And I always forget how to say the name of that section of the non-commodity text of the Gnostic scriptures. But again, though, it was explaining, like, basically how, thought forms and ideals was basically like angels and gods and, in essence, worlds as well, because again, the world, created by word, you know what I'm saying? That's also what Doom kind of get into too, the son that's born of, basically he's not just his father's son, but he's also of his mom, who's connected to this particular female, in essence, from that perspective, like this little female mystic cult, you know what I'm saying? And he got certain powers with his words, unlike any other beings, because matter of fact, his mom was supposed to have a girl, not necessarily having a boy, you know what I'm saying? But, that whole energy of, like, again, the words, thoughts, ideals, thought forms, you know what I'm saying, creating these different worlds. But again, the cosmos, the universe seen as a well-ordered whole, a system of thought. And in Greek, cosmos mean order or world, you know what I'm saying? And then also you got a flower that's called cosmos, which is basically an ornamental plant of the daisy family with one single bright petal. But the reason why I brought it up is cosmos flower, connected with, being an ornamental plant. So like an ornament, you know what I'm saying? And also, another form of cosmos, in the Greek definition of it, could mean ornament. So cosmos could mean order or world, or it could mean an ornament. And, shout out to, first thing when I saw that correlation, I thought of Men in Black, the first one. where, you know, you had the cat. What was the cat name? Damn, I forgot the cat name. Oh, Orion, you know. And they was looking for Orion's belt, you know what I'm saying? But basically, it was looking for this, you know, this world, you know, within the ornament, you know what I'm saying? It was a world, like basically like a universe within the ornament worn around this cat's neck, you know. So that speaks symbolically, you know, just across the board. You talk about, you know, the Lyran beings and the storylines of like the Lyran beings being the first beings to be able to see life on the planet, aka like the cat energy, you know, and the cat being like a chimera, or aka like a blend of two different species, and how being a blend of two different species, if you're able to master, you know, being, you know, how can I say, being two different species at once, you know, if you're able to master that, then, you know, you will have a strong energy of mastery over duality, because, you know, two different species, I'm pretty sure that's, you know, that's going to be extreme. Like, you know, you got a mammal that does things way on this end, and you got a reptile that does things way different on this end, and you put both of that in the same body, you know. So imagine, you know, being a cell in the body of a cat, where you know, really have to have, like, again, like a masterful vibe between two, you know, in essence, two forms of extremes, you know what I'm saying? We talk about, you know, again, like those different species, you know, and again, like the cat Orion, like representing being like a guardian of a world in essence, hence why having that world or that ornament around the neck. And then also the verb kosmin or kosmin, to dispose or prepare, you know, especially to order or arrange things, you know what I'm saying? So to dispose or prepare, or to order and arrange things, to set in an array, or to establish, to deck or adorn, you know what I'm saying? When you adorn somebody, you equip them with something, or you dress them with something. So, you know, so again, like showing the connection to ornament, because an ornament is something that you know, you equip somebody with, or you adorn on them, or you put on them as a, you know, like as a form of dressing, you know, like, hey, let me put this ornament on you, you know what I'm saying? Also ornaments on the Christmas tree, you know what I'm saying? Different little worlds, you know, your chakras are different little worlds, or like a different little cosmos, you know, or ornament, you know what I'm saying? So I like to see all those correlations. And then also, you know, a lot of these terminologies connected to, you know, like army / government, you know what I'm saying? Like when you arrange your troops, or you set an army, you know, set an array, you know, like set a certain like army up, or you establish a government, you know what I'm saying? And no coincidence that armies and governments use ornaments, you know, aka like when somebody's in the army, you know, dealing with the government, you get a purple heart, you know what I'm saying? That's a little ornament, you know what I'm saying, a little pendant to express order of rank, you know. So within wearing an ornament, you also have like, you know, a certain order that comes with that, or like a ranking, you know what I'm saying? Like a sergeant wears a certain ornament, you know, a cadet wears a certain ornament or lack thereof, you know what I'm saying? And then that also goes to the word cosmocombs, or cosmos comes, Kosmo, Cosmo, Komes, cosmocombs. And what's funny, cosmocombs, and you think about what, you know, a comb, what a comb used to, you know, to comb through, you know, those hairs, you know what I'm saying, the comb, you know, through something. You know, so combs means dressing the hair, you know, aka, you know, when we talk about, you know, so cosmetics, you know, like cosmetology, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody, you know, doing cosmetics to themselves and dressing themselves up a certain way, adorning themselves a certain way, you know what I'm saying? Which this has a connection also to, you know, some of the watchers, you know, in the book of Enoch, they talk about some of the watchers,
who also taught to some of the humans how to adorn themselves with like, like some forms of makeup and jewelry, aka, working with the crystals. You know what I'm saying? But again, like Cosmo Combs dressing the hair, aka cosmetic or cosmetology or cosmology. You know what I'm saying? So again, you got like that whole little connection, right there. And so with that, breaking down cosmic and cosmos, and then, since the cosmos is the universe seen as a well-ordered whole, and in Greek it stands for order or world. It's like, let me look up the word order, not the world order, word order. Same thing in essence. But anyway, order is the arrangement or disposition of things in relation to each other, according to a particular sequence, pattern, or method. You know what I'm saying? We think about sequences and patterns. Most sequences or patterns could be in what? A chronological order, you know what I'm saying? Or Chronos or Saturn, in order and structure and certain patterns and sequences, of doing certain things in a certain cycle due to cause and effect, or karmic cycles, you know what I'm saying, from the Lord of Karma, you know what I'm saying, like all that correlate, And also order is authoritative command, direction, or instruction, like giving somebody an order, hey, go pick up that, you know what I'm saying? Or you're in a restaurant, you place an order, like, it's like, hey, I would like to eat this, salmon, such and such, but the authoritative command, and when you look at the word authoritative, the root word or the main word in that is author. You know what I'm saying? And got a lot of, things that talk about like, writing our own storyline. This was in the show The Magicians. This was also in Loki's little show, Loki in connection with, with Marvel, which is also connected with the Norse explanation, but it has its own little unique stories outside of mythology that's in it, you know what I'm saying? But we got the show The Magicians, which is a fire-ass show, and the show with Loki where it was like about, it had that part about like writing your own story out, you know what I'm saying, and talk about destiny, writing your own story, creating your own order, you know what I'm saying, or placing your own order by being that authoritative figure or that author where you write, you know what I'm saying, scribing or giving command and direction or instruction, on the order of how things manifest for you, you know what I'm saying, in the physical, and again, order also is an oral or written request for something to be made, supplied, or served. An oral or written request, what an author do, it has like, it's writing things, you know what I'm saying? An author could also be, even though it's not considered an author somewhat, you know what I'm saying, but like, telling your story orally, it's also like being an author as well, you know what I'm saying? And let's see. And again, order also could be a particular social, political, or economic system. You know what I'm saying? Then order, also it came up under order, and that also brings, again, like just more of like the telltale story of how all this connects. Any of the 9 grades of angelic beings in the celestial hierarchy, is like an order, that's like a certain order, or just like, or like certain groups, like the OTO, it's like a certain order of the Golden Dawn, you know what I'm saying? Certain chapter, because that's, matter of fact, when we talk about chapters, it's just showing the correlation of placing the order due to being an authoritative figure or author, you know what I'm saying? So you got these different orders, all these different chapters, you got this chapter of the fraternity, or you got this chapter of the sorority, or you got this order of the fraternity, or this order of, the sorority, you know what I'm saying? But You know, it's again like all connected in that manner. You know. And then when you look at the Latin aspect of ardor, you know, it stands for Ardo or Arden. You know what I'm saying? Close to Odin. You know what I'm saying? But you know, by definition from the Latin, Ardo or Arden, which means row, series, rank, or routine. You know what I'm saying? Again, your routine is your route. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, habitual aspects of our habitual actions is a part of a certain pattern and sequence. You know what I'm saying? Or again, a certain series or a certain role. You know what I'm saying? And then that goes into, you know, primordial, you know, which Latin primordium, you know, what primus means first, you know, primus the first, and ardere, to begin. So, you know, the first to begin, primus ardere, or prime ardor, or primordial. You know what I'm saying? And then you also have ornament. You know, where ornament is a thing used to make something look attractive, a quality that adds grace, beauty, and honor, or a decoration. You know what I'm saying? And ornament, you know what I'm saying? In Old French, still like ornament. And then Latin, ornamentum, you know, or ornare, which means to adorn. You know what I'm saying? So again, like talk about the cosmos, you know, also meaning ornament, you know, in connection with the ornament. You know, why certain, you know, beings, or, you know, even think about again with certain groups, when we talk about like fraternities and masonry and how they wear different ornaments. You know, you ever seen like some of the masons, and they got like a little apron on, all kinds of pins on one side of their chest, and things to wear, and a rope hanging around the chest, and this ornament and that ornament, you know what I'm saying, being adorned with all these different things to show, you know what I'm saying, their level of rank, you know what I'm saying. Again, Ardo or Arden, row, series, or rank, you know what I'm saying. So Ardo also showing the rank, you know what I'm saying. And hence why, you know, we think about the Hindu aspect of like why they, you know, have the caste system, you know, and again, and how certain things could be, you know, either misinterpreted or taken to an extreme. You know, what wasn't meant for people to create a discriminative type of order. All right, you're poor, you ain't shit, you gotta live over here. You rich, we consider you to be important, so you live over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's taken out of, you know, out of context in essence, and put into a more like ego perspective. You know. And again, this just goes to the importance of also, again, like just being aware of breaking down etymology. You know what I'm saying? And you could simply do this by, you know, for the most part, you know, you because there's not necessarily any like and I'm gonna post one of these, is a part of an etymology book, but I'm gonna end up posting it. I think I could post it on YouTube and have it for the Patreon fam as well. But it's only part of a book, you know, because I think it only goes into, as far as like the B section, as far as like the definitions. But the beginning of the book kind of has like, you know, a strong introduction to why, you know, certain words is used, you know, in certain manners, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause even, you know, like when we use our teeth to say a word, you know, and that having more of a masculine energy. So, you know, things explained with like sharp sounds may speak more to a masculine energy. Things spoken with more of a ooh and ooh, oh, like an open-ended sound has more of a feminine energy. You know, so you could point to the origins of certain things just by the way it sounds, you know what I'm saying? And again, like being aware of the different, you know, spells that we're using on ourselves and the ones that we're allowing ourselves to listen to constantly. You know what I'm saying?
That is it. Oh dang, and I don't know if I got my notes right here with me. Cause shit, wait. I knew it was something. Dang, that's why you brought that up. So let's see. When you brought up the Minotaur, you know, also something sparked me like when I used the word amazing, and I'm like, you know, like what's the root to the word amazing? Because you know, it's like, oh, that was amazing. You know, I'm an amazing being. You know what I'm saying? But what does that point to? You know, and that made me research. You know, the word amaze, and amaze is to overwhelm or confound with sudden surprise or wonder, you know. So amaze, A-M-A-Z-E, all together, not like amaze, but amaze, you know what I'm saying? And from the Middle English, amaze, which means to be stunned, dazed, or bewildered, stupefied, irrational, or foolish. And then the definition of amaze, which is connected to like a M-A-Z-E, maze is a network of paths and hedges designed as a puzzle through which one has to find a way. And in essence, you know, it's like also being connected to being dazed and confused, because if you're in a maze, you could become dazed and confused by how to get out of, you know, all those different little, you know, corners and traps. And like you go around this wall and it's like, damn, the opening not there. You go this way, like, damn, the opening is not there. You know what I'm saying? So you see all these different, you know, again, these different little correlations, you know what I'm saying? And with the word maze or mas in Norwegian, mas in Norwegian means exhausted labor, you know what I'm saying? So in essence, like getting lost in the maze, you know. Swedish massa, in essence, M-A-S-A, means to be slow or sluggish. Because as a high vibrational being coming into a physical experience, you know, the vibration, you know, vibrates a little slow or sluggish. No good or bad, right or wrong, because sluggish or slower doesn't mean stagnant and still as much as it just means slower or sluggish, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, our vibration moves a little more sluggish in this physical, you know, our physical connection. And again, this also correlates to being in the maze, you know, or in the labyrinth, you know. And again, I didn't use the tarot card explanation. You know, in some forms of the tarot cards, instead of using the page is also is known as the princess, and the princess represents, like, you know, like the soul going into the earth, you know, the earth plane, you know. And that's what other like weird programming type of shit, you know what I'm saying, that was the storyline of Pan's Labyrinth. You know, it was basically like the princess that come from, or even Jupiter ascending, you know, to some sense, you know, with Jupiter ascending, Jupiter, she didn't know that she was a fucking whole another being that was the mother being to these other galactical beings. You know, she just thought, you know, that her quote unquote Earth mom, you know, and scrubbing toilets was it in life, you know what I'm saying? Till she realized she had that she was like basically a reincarnation of, you know, this being that was the mother
of these other beings who actually, like, you know, from that perspective in the movie, like, you know, own certain parts of the cosmos or certain little areas of the galaxy, you know what I'm saying? But again, though, back bringing it full circle, but being confused due to being in that labyrinth or being in the maze of the earthly experience, you know what I'm saying? You going around this, peeking around this, like, all right, that's not really me. I don't really like that. You know, that's more of social engineering and subconscious programming. Let me go this way. You know, it's like a physical personification of our you know, spiritual growth of becoming aware of ourselves. You know, and also a personification of, you know, being in the physical. You know, it's like being in that maze. And if you want to just again like break it down on the etymology aspect of like you know, because etymology has a lot to deal with onomatopoeia. You know, onomatopoeia basically like a word sound, like, you know, like splash, buzz, you know what I'm saying, like those type of little words, you know what I'm saying, and the explanation, word given to something was given due to onomatopoeia, and Dr. Phil Valentine spoke to that. You know, like where, you know, if you pour water, when you pour water inside some more water, you hear gloop, 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 gloop. So, you know, the water guy could have been called gloop, 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 gloop. You know what I'm saying? You know, just off of the onomatopoeia of that's the noise that was sounded, you know what I'm saying, whenever, you know, that element was dealt with. You know what I'm saying? So, again, like, you know, and so that mean to run around like, oh, gloop, 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 because, you know, like, no, you know, and I ain't nothing wrong with the fact that, yeah, from where we at right now, you know, in order to tap into certain energies, we might have these different names and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Cool, but again, it's like, you know, like, why would I worship, you know, something that's just an archetypical, you know, concept, you know what I'm saying, in that sense of it. But again, breaking down the word maze, you know, it's ma and z. You know, ma being the mom or the feminine, or aka material world. You know what I'm saying? The material realm, mom. You know what I'm saying? Ma, and then z, ma's or maze. You know, and just z, just simply looking at it, it's a zigzag. It's like, oh, I zigzag this way. You know, when you're trying to confuse somebody, when somebody running from somebody, they zigzag, and you know they're trying to confuse. And hence why, you know, but also what's funny is like the zigzag could stand for like, you know, trying to confuse, but it also could point to being balanced as well. When you think about, you know, because that's what this wisdom of the serpent, you know, represents too, in the sense of it moving like, you know, in this shape, you know, it's like moving in the form of a wave or a vibration, you know, and when and that's balanced because, you know, the straight line is like this. And if a wave is going through that straight line, you know, it's like part on the upper, you know, you got this side of the wave and you got the lower part of the wave, you know what I'm saying, that makes up the whole wave, you know what I'm saying. So, you know, it's like, you know, going through, you know, both sides of the experience, you know. But again, like the zigzag is like a back and forth, you know what I'm saying, within the material realm, you know, aka the maze. Labyrinth. And you talk about the labyrinth, Daedalus from you know, from the Greek mythology, you know, Daedalus and the Minotaur. But basically, you know, again, like the and it's also connecting to the Taurus field, you know, again coming into the physical, you know, where Earth is created, and where Earth created, the fixed sign. Or should I say, with the creation of Earth, you got the three archetypes, because three is the, you know, the, in essence, the first main numbers, because 4, 5, and 6, and 7, 8, and 9 is basically like a repetition of the first Trinity. You know, you got 1, 2, and 3, and then it repeated itself, and then it repeated itself, you know, one more time till it, you know, got to a space where, all right, no new number could be created, you know, because again, 10 is 1, and 12, 11 is 2, and 12 is 3, you know what I'm saying. But again, like that Taurus energy or that earth energy was created, you know what I'm saying, within that within the earth experience being created. So no coincidence that, you know, the Minotaur, the half human, half bull, you know, it's like created to be like the obstacle within the maze, you know what I'm saying? It's like literally, you know, that human aspect in connection with your earth experience, you know what I'm saying? And much more than what I'm explaining too, you know, like again, that's just part of it, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, simply from the perspective that I'm sharing, you know what I'm saying? Again, like, you know, it's like representing being in that, you know, in the maze or in our earthly experience, you know. And again, from Pan's Labyrinth perspective, or again, like the princess forgetting due to going through all of these, you know, being in the loops on that merry-go-round, like I said earlier, like in the merry-go-round of reincarnation, you know, forgetting that, you know, forgetting that she was even a princess, or forgetting that, you know, she was royalty in another realm before coming into this earthly plane, you know. But you know, and Daedalus, or Daedalus, however you want to say it, Daedalus, he's the father of Icarus, you know. But basically, again, in the storyline, Daedalus was a highly regarded as a genius inventor, craftsman, and sculptor, you know. So basically like an architect or like a mason in essence, you know what I'm saying? And known for inventing carpentry and all tools used for it, you know what I'm saying? So again, Daedalus represents that energy. And Daedalus, basically, let's see, Daedalus became ego-driven and jealous, so he murdered one of his nephews. His nephews was just as great at creating, like, you know, different things on a craftsman level. So he became jealous and he murdered his nephew. And he was banished from Athens to Crete. And on Crete, he was welcomed by King Minos. You see Minos, the beginning of Minotaur. But, you know, King Minos' wife, Pasiphae, was cursed by the god Poseidon, you know what I'm saying, to basically fall in love with her husband's bull. So King Minos had like a bull, and his wife became infatuated due to a spell placed on her by Poseidon. And Poseidon, you know, again, like you think about ancient water deities, you know, and you think about the again, like the story within Hindu, you know, that explain that, you know, like when they're talking about the creation of the world, you know, and, you know, you would either think like either somebody being redundant, or that the heavens actually mean the waters underneath instead of the, you know, what's above. Because, you know, explain how the sky was created, you know, the earth plane was created, and then the heavens, you know, as if the heavens was like, you know, like the water, you know what I'm saying? And coming from, you know, out of the water in essence. Because again, what something is born from, you know, something is born from a womb, you know. And again, just because a being may come from the wound of earth, you know, from a physical perspective, still doesn't mean that it's, you know, from the earth per se, you know what I'm saying? Just like, you know, like being channeled through our mother's womb, you know. I came through my mother's womb, but that was just the creation of my bodysuit. That doesn't mean that I'm necessarily from, like, my consciousness and all that I am came from the wound of my mother's stomach. You know what I'm saying? Much as she was a representation of, you know, a higher level of that same process. You know what I'm saying? But again, King Minos' wife, Pasiphae, was cursed by the god Poseidon, you know, to fall in love with her husband's bull. So she asked Daedalus for help to seduce the bull. So he created a bull suit so she could wear it and attract the bull. And basically, y'all know what happened after that, you know what I'm saying? Now, some may take that quite literal and be like, oh, you see, that's where animality was created, you know what I'm saying? And people started sleeping with animals ever since then, you know what I'm saying? Which, what's funny and unique about that could have some truth to it, you know, in essence, but, you know, it's a personification, you know, again, cause and effect, you know, the progression of certain numerical characteristics personified as archetypes, and their storylines of, you know, basically their progressions, their evolution, the evolution of these numerical characteristics turned into a god or a deity or this being or that being, you know what I'm saying? Quite literal, you know what I'm saying? So again, she asked Daedalus for help to seduce the bull, made it with the bull or whatever. So Pasiphae became the mother of a half human, half bull, aka a minotaur. You know, and with part of the name coming from her husband Minos, you know, Minnow, and Tar, like, you know, like Taurus, you know, a Taurus field, you know what I'm saying? King Minos blamed Daedalus instead of Poseidon. I had to note that to myself. I'm like, how I look at the misplaced anger too, you know, because here it was where his wife was cursed by Poseidon, but, you know, I guess he could only see or perceive to, you know, act upon, you know, to attack Daedalus, you know what I'm saying? And again, like from the storyline of it, you know, because again, like I just finished saying, you know, it's a personification of different energies. But Daedalus was instructed to create a labyrinth underneath the palace, you know what I'm saying? And again, so that labyrinth that's underneath the palace could also be seen as, you know, like how, and you think about like the story of Yggdrasil or the tree of life from the Nordic expression, and how, you know, Midgard is underneath the palace of Asgard. You know, Asgard is up here, and Midgard, aka Earth, is, you know, underneath what would be considered the palace of Thor and Odin, you know what I'm saying, and those energies. So you see that correlation in essence just in the explanation. You know, again, Daedalus instructed to create a labyrinth underneath the palace, and after it was done or finished, Daedalus and Icarus was banned to this tower or whatever. And this storyline again points to the storyline of balance. You know what I'm saying? The storyline of Daedalus and Icarus, because Daedalus and Icarus, you know, on this tower, you know, kind of trapped in this tower, and Daedalus, you know, the master craftsman that he is, was like, oh, I'm gonna create some wings. You know, took some feathers and some wax and made some wings. But he told Icarus, like, hey, Icarus, you know, we're gonna break out of this tower, but don't fly too close to the water. You know what I'm saying? Because the water going, you know, the mist could dissolve the wax. And don't fly too close to the sun either, because the sun could melt the wax. And what's funny is that goes to the unique expression of what I always say with the balance of water and sunlight. It's like, hey, you know, it's a balance. Any extreme or anything outside of moderation could become toxic. You know what I'm saying? Like with the right dose of something in the right moment could be helpful. You know, like something that's considered toxic in a moment that's best could be something helpful. You know what I'm saying? You know, you have a little moment to take a little sip of some wine or something, you know what I'm saying? If you're doing it with awareness and in a certain moment where it's best, you know, that quote unquote toxin could be something that's helpful in that moment, you know what I'm saying? But again, the key lesson in balance. So Icarus, you know, again, like instead of flying in a balanced manner, you know, taking that middle passage or being balanced or in spiritual equilibrium, you know. And again, this goes to the story of most, you know, sun, like also kind of indirectly speaks to the aspect of like, you know, trying to gain a lot of knowledge in essence, like going into the light, you know, the light being a lot of information, you know what I'm saying? But You know, because it's a balance. You know, it's like understanding that you have an inner light just as much as there are external lights, aka, you know, actual sun, where you get information from just the vibration of being in it and looking at it. You know, but also books and stuff. But it's like a balance. You know, you're not trying to take in, you know, too much of those, that external light per se. But again, Daedalus telling Icarus to fly not too close to the ocean and not too close to the sun. But you know, Icarus, you know, drunken by that high of ascension, because Icarus or it could be, you know, like being drunk off of the high of ascension, or being drunk off of trying to be like, you know, what some may consider the gods, you know, because from their perspective, you know, planets were gods. You know, our planets, you know, are in some cases, you know, depending on, again, the peoples, where they just worship one planet. So just one planet out of the whole cosmos was a god, you know, instead of like, you know, the wholeness of, you know, being. But again, like, you know, Icarus represent like, oh, let me fly to the sun, you know, and get all that good insight and information. I'll be, you know, fly high like the gods, and you know, his little wings melted, and you know, all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? If his wings melted, then you know he had to fall, you know, from that height. So again, like just speaking to that balance. And again, the connection with the maze, the labyrinth, the minotaur, the physical experience, in connection with the you know, fixed earth energy, or just again the element of earth, which in order for better explanations, you know, we personified into the Taurus, partially for better explanations, because again, you do have the actual constellations in the sky, you know what I'm saying, which we given those names, you know, Taurus and all this, but also, you know, also a part of it was also for understanding things. You know, it's like, all right, we got Taurus, we got Capricorn, we got, you know what I'm saying? And again, you got a mutable energy, a fixed energy, and mutable, fixed, and cardinal. And again, the personification, so you got earth energy, and you got the archetypes of 1, 2, and 3 of the earth energy. You know, you got the fixed energy, which would, let's see, the mutable energy would most likely be 3. Mutable 3. Cardinal, I don't know. I feel like cardinal and fixed could be interchangeable with one, because you know cardinal is the beginning, so 1 would technically have to be cardinal, and 2 being fixed. But I guess 2 being fixed by the sense of being in between 3 and 1. You know, so you know you got the cardinal as 1, 3 as the mutable, and then the fixed being 2. You know. But the reason why I'm on a personality level, though, energetically, you know, 2 could represent like also like, again, like a more mutable energy, because 2 is like the second part. So like 2 is almost like, you know, beginning to understand like being in a relationship. You know, like 2 is like, oh wait, there's a 1 over there. You know, so I, you know, although I obviously over here in this 2 perspective, you know, I have this 1 to interact with 2, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, there's a lack of fixed energy in that perspective, but just in the layout of it, you know, it would definitely be the fixed energy. But again, like the earth energy, you know, personified into the numbers 1, 2, and 3, you know, aka Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. Again, an ending, you know what I'm saying, on that note, again, like being aware of the different, you know, levels of karma, you know, and understanding that having a plan, prevents recycling into a past cycle. Because if I don't have a plan or awareness of what to do, then I'm gonna just kind of, like that just brings things to going into a default cycle. You know what I'm saying? So like having to, have a certain awareness of yourself first and foremost, and a certain awareness of what it is that you want to, like what it is that you're here to do in essence. You know what I'm saying? Which on a simple level, again, it's not so much of like trying to do all these different tasks as much as it's just becoming aware of ourselves, and aware that, most of this, oh, I gotta rush to do this and rush to do that energy is more so some spells created within this matrix as of, the past recent 2,000 years or recent years, you know what I'm saying? But that's another thing too, being aware of, like, again, like how our existence, was, was there before words existed. Words mostly come from, again, different thought forms. Again, like the Gnostic scriptures say, there are certain different angles or angels. And again, you got angelish. It's like, not necessarily like how an angel, not necessarily how an angel talk, just angelish. Like that person didn't speak complete angel. They was kind of talking kind of angelish, angelish. You know what I'm saying? So you see that little perspective and things. Galactic Center, Human Hearts, Chimera. Yeah. And y'all remind me, if I don't, I need to remind me to post that book, that etymology book, because I feel like even though it's not, again, like the whole print of it, it has a decent amount of insight and information that, will lay a strong foundation of just being aware of how to deal with words in general, and again, and be aware of the words we use, you know what I'm saying, being more accountable and aware, as we go, It's a balance. I could try to run out of fear and be like, oh, I'm gonna just be silent all the time and not use any words, But again, it's like, yeah, I'm using words, but again, the balance. Like use words with awareness, of what words I'm using and how I'm using them, Yep, Bridget, you explained it perfectly, because that kind of explains, like, again, how like with the little zodiac vibes. That is basically it. I spoke a little bit about this too. Being aware of the Aries, Jupiter in Aries. Started on May 10th, so yesterday, and it's gonna be Jupiter gonna be in Aries to October 28th. You know what I'm saying? So being aware of that little energy. Before I go. Again, attracting wealth and good fortune through taking the lead. Tapping into that one energy. You know what I'm saying? Again, the Aries energy with everything, is to be done with some form of like compassion and relatability. So even though the Aries speaks to the aspect of, like when you go to do something, you do it from your perspective and not like checking on everybody else's opinions first. Even though Aries come from that scope of things, that doesn't mean like to, treat people without compassion, like to be head first to the point where you just kind of like disrespecting or shitting on other people's, perspective in a toxic manner, you know what I'm saying? But again, attracting wealth and good fortune through taking the lead, wisdom and expansion through working with the fire/Mars, mental or fatherly energies. You know what I'm saying? So you gain a lot of wisdom and expansion through working with the fire and Mars energy. Our own opinions, beliefs, and perspectives, are gonna be highly valued right now. You know what I'm saying? And so that also brings up the perspective of, people. You're gonna see a lot of people like probably having a lot of discussions about, whose opinion about spiritual beliefs is right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a lot of, and nothing is neither good nor bad about debates or, two people sharing their perspectives, especially if it's done in a healthy manner. Like to me, the only time a debate or anything gets out of perspective of the true essence of things is whenever any of the parties is arguing to make, one right and the other wrong. Like again, a person could be right. Like even if a person is wrong in the accuracy of the information, that still doesn't make them necessarily wrong in their, in their way of perceiving things. Like a person that believes in the Easter Bunny, from their perspective is right. You know what I'm saying? Like again, because what I look like arguing with somebody, like, hey, the Easter Bunny fake, and like sitting there and trying to like, argue them down, like how much the Easter Bunny fake, It's like if I know the Easter Bunny fake, I'm not even gonna try to, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't have to argue with that person, you know what I'm saying? To like prove that to him, It's like, you know what it is, So you don't have to go back and forth, because again, by feeling like you have to go back and forth is also an energy of like, feeling like your stance still needs to be proven, Like to some extent, like if you find yourself arguing with somebody on whether the Easter Bunny is real or not, there's still certain aspects of yourself that's trying to prove to yourself that the Easter Bunny is fake. So in essence, you still not fully believing that the Easter Bunny is fake. Hence why the representation of you standing in front of somebody and going back and forth about the Easter Bunny is a physical representation of your mental blueprint. You know what I'm saying? Feeling the need to like, again, like the duck season, rabbit season energy is what I call it. Duck season. No, it's rabbit season. Duck season, rabbit season. Again, also with this Jupiter and Aries energy, let's see. Again, you have the courage, we'll have the support to be courageous, to expand outside of our comfort zone, So expanding outside the comfort zone is going to be, be in our favor. Also being able to take calculated risks, is also going to be in our favor right now. something to be aware of, though. Instincts and impulses. Observing our impulses and our instincts real closely. Being aware of making quick decisions. Like, not to say that you shouldn't have spontaneity and things of this nature, but just being aware of, your impulses and instincts right now. And also, again, this transit from Jupiter being in Pisces going into Aries represents, bringing the dreams into the physical manifestation. With that fire energy, that Mars energy, with the passion, and in essence being a little physical. You know what I'm saying? Also, we might find ourselves like gaining wisdom about the sexual experience. You know what I'm saying? With the wisdom vibes or learning vibes of Jupiter in connection with the Aries/Mars energy. Aries represents, the Aries symbol is like an ovary. You know what I'm saying? And when you spell the word ovaries, you take out the OV and you got Aries. You know what I'm saying? So see that little connection right there. But again, that's basically it. Just a few of the main themes with this Jupiter in the Aries transit. Again, from May 10th to October 28th this year. So it's a nice little bit. So be aware of tapping in with that Aries energy in combination with the Jupiter energy. Fluorite, hematite, and pyrite vibes. That's everything. Everything that I wanted to share. Getting. Again, like having to share. Understanding the bowel movement of information, in essence. As we're digesting certain things and working on certain things mentally, and then we digest it, bringing it into, the solar plexus energy, because no coincidence that the solar plexus deal with our gut feeling, in essence, and digestion, but also it deals with our mental body, and the color yellow in general deals with our mental body aspect. It's almost like, because you would think like the higher chakras or maybe like the throat or the first eye would deal with the mental body a lot more than your stomach. But, again, like the solar plexus and the stomach aspect, deals with the mental body a lot more. You know what I'm saying? You think about like the light bulb shining, like, like, oh, I got an idea. A light bulb shine, it's a little yellow light or a little sun. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I got an idea. See, I was about to go on a tangent. I forgot. So we'll play how I got to. Anyway. All right, that's a good way to, bring that into perspective. Yep. Matter of fact, that was another aspect other than the movie The Shining, which had like the Minotaur and Jack Nicholson's character having to deal with, going through the maze of his own, mind or subconscious or psyche. But that was also in I ain't gonna lie, like again, Legion probably one of the top little shows of like diving deep into psychology and personifying it into like a show or whatever. Matter of fact, in essence, a superhero show. Which Legion again, which you got like the Legion from the Bible. It's like something dealing with like some harmful spirits and stuff like that. But talking about Legion from the perspective of Marvel Comics, Legion, the son of Xavier, whose ability to create is like that's why Legion is not in most comics or whatever, because if he was, he would change the whole like, because literally like if Legion was in Infinity, like say Infinity Wars or in the the Infinity Wars, but with the the Infinity Gauntlet or whatever with Thanos or whatever, if Legion was in that or in most cases, if he was in any of the main like storylines, he would take it over, because in essence he would be creating it. You know what I'm saying? So whatever goes on in his mind would be what would be created. So, you know what I'm saying? To talk about all that Thanos shit or whatever, Legion would have stepped in the building. It's like all that would have went along with whatever Legion was thinking, But yeah, y'all, so appreciate all y'all. Yeah, Legion. Yeah. Legion definitely is again within it and everything. At this point, I'm pretty sure most people who listen to what I speak on and saw my older videos, you know what I'm saying, and understand that I done made like a whole playlist, 2 different playlists, one on subconscious mind and subconscious programming, how to program your own subconscious, but then also being aware of the politics, aka what comes along with watching movies and different shows, and how certain subtle social engineering programs and things like this could be implemented. And matter of fact, if you want to see how subtle subconscious programming work, like on some like from a magician level, from a human perspective, like without it being dressed as like gods and magicians and goblins and this and that, like if you just want to see it personified from a human perspective, check out the movie Focus. You know what I'm saying? The movie Focus with Will Smith. Like just simply put, spoiler alert, like that part. Matter of fact, no, I don't even want to spoil it, because if you ain't watched it before, it's pretty dope to like watch it without knowing what was gonna happen next. So I'm not gonna say anything, but I'll just say check out Focus. Cause I ain't gonna lie, that spoiler alert, I wouldn't want to mess that up cause I'd be mad if somebody told me, like one of the parts that happened in the movie, if somebody would have told me that beforehand, it would have like threw the whole thing off, cause there was a certain level of suspense, that came from not knowing, like there was a certain level of enjoying the movie, spoke on that, like, with our psychic abilities and not trying to know everything, because it kind of messes up your movie or your, what you're doing in this realm, you know what I'm saying? Like the movie Focus, definitely, you know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, Mr. Aaron, we gonna chop it up to further align things. You know what I'm saying? But right now, that's another thing, man. Tapping into that turtle time, being patient. Patience is key. Yeah, love and appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? Again, remember to check out the Patreon page if you're interested in like unique videos that aren't on the YouTube channel. Also got the podcast being able to be streamed through Spotify, Apple, Google Podcasts, and also Anchor. There's another one I keep forgetting, but then got the podcast, and that's gonna grow and expand from here on out. You know what I'm saying? Again, just working my way through things. Cause speaking of karma, and what this video was talking about is like learning from previous actions. It's like not trying to rush to the finish line. Like taking it's just like with anything. Like food is properly digested when we chew it fully. And that's what I realized too. That's why information is the same way. Like you wouldn't be reading so much or like diving so deep, extremely into learning when you realize like, hey, you gotta allow for yourself to digest what you're reading before just like jumping, because again, subconscious programming or social engineering of thinking that learning is about being able to regurgitate what you read, or basically that learning is about memory. Like all I have to do is remember how to, more so remembering how to say something, or basically, as some people may say, parroting, information or parroting insight, you know what I'm saying? But, again, it's about like fully digesting that insight and information, you know what I'm saying? Because I realize how much less like I could eat in one sitting. Like whenever I'm aware to like chew my food thoroughly and like how I'm supposed to chew my food. Like those big plates of food that I used to eat at one point, it's like that. Like it's almost impossible. It's like, man, my jaw muscles gonna fall off by the time I'm, digesting a plate of food as big as some of the plates of food I used to eat, but because I wasn't fully digesting, it was like, you know what I'm saying? Just damn near swallowing shit whole, shitting it out whole, swallowing shit whole, just damn near shitting it out whole, AKA, shitting it out without getting the proper nutrients, because you didn't break it down, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's, the stomach, is the second part of it. The digestion starts with this Saturn energy. This Capricorn and Saturn energy is where that digestion starts at, you know what I'm saying? But, again, like breaking things down so you realize, like, again, the storyline, anatomy and mythology, and just the way things operate within the storyline of like our, the most mundane of mundane human activities still have a deeper metaphysical or esoteric correspondence, you know what I'm saying? So again, even with the simple aspect of chewing your food and, or eating in general, you know what I'm saying, correlates to how we digest information, you know what I'm saying? And hence why, when we're talking about like, chakra manipulation or manipulation in general, where at one point I felt like it was geared more towards the sacral, I realized also, towards the solar plexus, because if your solar plexus is off, then you're not able to be strongly intuitive, you're not able to be strong mentally, your memory could be a little off, or matter of fact, like you're not able to digest things properly, You're not able to digest information or digest what your intuition is telling you properly. And if you're not able to digest or understand what your intuition is bringing forward, then anything could keep on, coming up to be an antagonist towards you, because you lack that mental clarity. You know what I'm saying? That's why pyrite, citrines, bring forth more so pyrite with the memory and mental clarity. Why pyrite is such a strong and popular crystal. It works on the mental body. It works with the gut feeling or the intuition. I'm not familiar with all the different gods and deities to just correlate it, as far as you're talking about the yin and yang energy. But the yin and yang energy, represents the water energy, and the yin and yang energy also kind of represents, like the should I say somewhat the kundalini, but slash like the, basically like the seven worlds in essence, because she's also a representation of being tapped into the seven seas, which the seven seas are the seven, like a world, like whirlpools, or like seven chakras or planetary energies, And again, these are all, just archetypes that, depending on the type of dialect or the way people spoke in a certain area, they just give it a different name. Because literally, a person would go to arguing over yin and yang, this different from Oshun, or this different from, Tiamat, or this different from this energy, when, again, a lot of that is the explanation of, the same energies. And that's where things get into like a toxic or unhealthy or unaware beef, is when people talking about the same thing but trying to be right or make another person wrong, when they technically both kind of have, the truth in what they're saying, But I don't deal with that energy. I deal with a deeper perspective. So, I go, understand how to connect with those, different spirits or different energies. But first and foremost, realizing like, oh shit, it's just an archetypical energy. So in essence, like I realized, like, just to be able to just tap into the elements, Because literally every god or deity is some personification of an element, Some of them are just one element. Some of them are mixed with other, a mixture of earth and water, or a mixture of fire and air. But at the end of the day, it's an element, Like, and certain names was also created also in the case of like trying to invoke spirits through initiation without other people knowing. So like if I wanted to invoke water and air, but I didn't want nobody to know what I was invoking, I would use a different name. Like, so names kind of come into play on that level too. It's like, in essence, to like keep other people out of the know. So instead of using the common, and what you start to realize, like, again, like you already in the know, other people's perspectives is more so like their just way of perceiving things, so you don't necessarily have to get, initiated into anything as much as, you're already aware and can tap into it, I see where, again, like some people deal with things from and I say more ritualistic, like I'm looking at the ritualistic aspect of religion, in the sense of like doing things a certain way on a certain day, you know what I'm saying, is beneficial. You know, again, it's just some people took it out of context. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You know what I'm saying? And to each his own. I ain't here to like, you know, to make it like it was people who still deal with churches bad. You know, they're not bad or good. You know, they just misinformed. You know what I'm saying? Misinformed due to whatever karma, you know what I'm saying, they living out in this lifetime. You know, like I remember, now this is gonna get a little dark or whatever in this explanation, but you know, like picking up on a vibe that, you know, some children who may have been molested by a preacher may have been in a past life the person who allowed for Christianity to get to an unhealthy space to even allow preachers to do shit like that, you know. So that, you know, that, and again, that sounds tough or unfair or like that's like, oh no, you know. And this is one simple example. This ain't like the only reason why, you know, somebody got molested by a priest or a preacher, but again, like, you know, again, cause and effect. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, that person, you know, you could either cause yourself to reincarnate into a certain situation, again, due to wanting to redeem or change something, or due to a lack of awareness, you know what I'm saying, as well, you know, or a lack of energy, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm constantly, you know, just always focus on flying high, ascending, flying high, but from the perspective of flying high. But yet, I don't have a true awareness of it, and my energy level isn't as strong, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not, like, I'm thinking about trying to learn about flying high and all that, but not understanding more to it, you know what I'm saying? Not understanding that there's more to flying high, to the point where, like, all right, I'm obsessed about flying high. I'm not learning about how to exit the matrix with this awareness of wanting to fly high. And therefore, I'm not aware of, like, how to deal with my energy or shift my energy, you know, because, again, in order to, you know, incarnate, you know, or basically to pull yourself from out of the incarnation loop in this earthly plane, you also got to have enough of energy to prepare yourself from out of this realm. Hence why, you know, again, like, also a lot of us are connecting with each other to kind of help propel each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, by strengthening this awareness and strengthening our connections with each other, we're kind of creating, like, the gas to propel, you know, ourselves, you know what I'm saying, even stronger, you know what I'm saying? But again, bringing it back to that example, you know, you may reincarnate as a bird because you know, you was all about flying high and flying, but you didn't have enough of energy or awareness to pierce through the net of this realm. So you end up, like, reincarnating as a bird, you know what I'm saying? So you also got that perspective of reincarnation as well. I did peep that too. He said be like the Spider-Man, cause I did see how they tried to say, like, almost like, cause I remember that part from Spider-Man. It was almost like as if to say awareness of numerology and Ma'at or mathematics trumps the awareness of magic, or like being able to, you know, create these illusions or that illusionary energy, you know what I'm saying? Like that energy of of magic, being trumped by Spider-Man. So basically, spoiler alert, in that newest Spider-Man that came out, Doctor Strange was also in it, and they had a part where him and Spider-Man kind of had a semi little battle. You know what I'm saying? And Doctor Strange took him to the mirror realm. You know what I'm saying? But basically, like Spider-Man was getting whipped at one point, but then he started like getting into his little, numerology, should I say arithmetic, mathematical little perspectives, and like, all right, I'm seeing this calculation and and when this lines up, so bam, so he kind of outsmarted, the way the little mirror realms and different little portals was being created. You know what I'm saying? Due to like tapping in with, that energy. But yeah, you on point with that. And again, I appreciate y'all, man. I wouldn't be here. It's a collective, connection for sure. The relationship with sharing this insight is, also, in connection with y'all, you know what I'm saying? So again, I appreciate y'all and love y'all, because again, I done definitely, felt that vibe, literally coming from, those of y'all who may have learned something from my videos and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Like I could sense and feel like that love and that energy, and more so like the genuine aspect of, people genuinely gaining some like true type of insight, some applicable, pliable, what I'm saying, insight from, from the information and insight I share. Because again, like I'm from the realm of like, my alignment is to do things outside of the norm. So that's why the things I talk about and the way I talk about it is not exactly like, like anybody else in essence, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't claim, and just a me thing, like, again, because that's just how I'm wired. And for that reason, I know I'm wired like that to be a beacon of the energy to like, hey, like challenge the social norm, the challenge the norms of spiritual, social, like all the little norms are, the way things always been, or the way things always been explained, and like, and not doing it on purpose, like being different, just like a rebel without a cause, but it's more so like a rebel with a cause, and not even necessarily a rebel. But again, like just again that Uranus, unique, eccentric energy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the Uranus Sagittarius placement. Like sharing wisdom and insight with a unique perspective. Not doing it in the traditional sense. And always having to remember that energy is a lonely space. You know what I'm saying? That's why, hence, why most people go to the default aspect of teaching, or the default way of expressing things, because they want to make sure they sound like how everybody else sounds on a subtle level. You know what I'm saying? It's not that everybody's saying the same exact thing. More so it's like, the presentation, or the way certain things go is is done or going about is in a manner so the person won't feel so estranged, you know what I'm saying? So it could, and again, that's not knocking, anybody or whatever. We all, going through our growth, you know what I'm saying, dealing with things from where we at, you know what I'm saying, and doing the best that we, that we can do from where we at, you know what I'm saying? So I understand why, one would kind of cling to certain, traditions, because again, on certain levels it's meant, you know what I'm saying, certain things are in place for us to maintain that, that route, aka that routine, you know what I'm saying, like, like say for instance, the routine of brushing my teeth, you know what I'm saying, like that's there for a reason, you know what I'm saying, it's not like, oh, I got to do something different every day, Because again, it's about balance. Because you hear certain spiritual practices like, oh yeah, expand your comfort zone, do something different every day. Yeah, do something different every day, but not to extreme where every day has to be completely different from the last. Because that means nobody would be able to have a house, or at least the same house. Everybody will wake up every day and play musical chairs with houses. If spiritual growth or if breaking out of your comfort zone had to be to an extreme. If it was extreme, then it's like, oh, all right, go to this other house, work a different job today, totally new friends today, totally new, like, and just constantly, but it's like, no, it's some levels of familiarity that's necessary, some form of like, stability and unchanging aspects and some balance of things that should change, so a little bit of change, a little bit of unchanging things, like, oh, I'm not going to brush my teeth today to kind of expand out of my comfort zone and do something different. But brushing your teeth is a healthy routine, so it's like, it's a balance. Like, I want to maintain the healthy routines or the healthy cycles, because again, some loops and cycles are beneficial, some loops and cycles are toxic and unbeneficial, and again, you got to know yourself to the fullest to know how to moderate that in your own experience, for yourself, which is in essence that wisdom, like, it's like knowing yourself to the fullest. Time I go to and with that Aries, matter of fact, and with that Aries and Jupiter energy, there's also going to be a lot of wisdom about self right now. Like, a lot of people, a lot of beings are going to have a lot of strong aha moments about like what it is that they really love and what they really want to do, and not just going along with the collective, Yeah, let me get out of here, y'all, because I got to do some other notes, appreciate y'all patience. Got some other things that's being worked on too. And again, just behind the scenes, and realizing that, not getting caught into the social engineering or subconscious programming of, being in the space where we got these phones and technology and stuff like that, or social media and, basically judging your level of production or your level of, like, in essence, your level of production on how much you're appearing on social media or, or lack thereof, It's like, that shit ain't got, Now, again, it's a balance. Some of us chose to be in this realm at this moment. Some of us are providing certain services, and we're providing certain services, and being on a level where we're using these phones and things, just like me doing this video. And I'm pretty sure that everybody who, matter of fact, raise your hand if you're just a spirit that's just like typing from the ethers, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, you know, so technically everybody got some form of technology that they're looking at as they watch this video, you know what I'm saying? So it's understanding, again, like the healthy balance and bringing it back a little bit to what I started off talking about with the different forms of karma and technological karma. You know, it's like not being so extreme, like, oh, phones are bad, phones are evil, put it to the side. Like, you know, nothing is, again, completely good or bad or completely evil. Because as much as nature this, nature that, nature got some extremes that'll fuck you over just as much as this phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, a bear, you know, a cell phone or a bear, you know what I'm saying? Like being in the middle of a hurricane, or you know what I'm saying, or technology, you know, like, again, like everything has a harmful aspect to it, you know what I'm saying? You know, using the phone, or let me throw nothing but big chunks of rose quartz at you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, again, the 5G and all that type of stuff is a thing, though. You know, it's not to take away, you know, the perspective of that it is doing something, you know, harmful, as much as it's just like, you know, being aware without fear mongering, and understanding to not degrade your own ability to be an alchemist or to adapt to, you know, it's like channel that cockroach energy, you know what I'm saying? And that's literally a thing too, you know what I'm saying? Like if you feel like you're in a space, you know, where you got a lot of toxins around you, or you feeling overwhelmed by toxins, you could channel the cockroach energy. Like, hey, I invoke the cockroach energy of being able to endure any fucking toxins. Go research a cockroach. And I did a video just on this a while back, you know what I'm saying? Not too far back, later this year, I think, or last year. But, you know, go research a cockroach. Like, do yourself a favor and research, like, how they could, you know, and, you know, that they're brown or black due to the melanin that's, you know, in a cockroach. But yeah, go see, again, like I made a joke about like a cockroach tap dancing in the microwave. Like you got the microwave on, because I used to think that, like, oh, I'm gonna kill this cockroach by turning on the microwave. Shit, man, that cockroach like walking around that bitch, like looking at you like, you're supposed to be doing something to me. You know, so also like having that awareness too, like, you know, not to a form of ignorance, like, yeah, you know, some things can affect us, but, you know, definitely not giving it more power than, you know, it should be given. And if something is harmful towards us, then pay attention to the solutions instead of constantly harping on how toxic it is. Like, instead of constantly like, chemtrails this, 5G that, 5G that. Shit. Start making argon pyramids, make crystal jewelry, sell shungite. You know what I'm saying? Like, be proactive towards the, you know, the solution to whatever that harmful thing is, you know what I'm saying? Or give people insight on how to eat foods that help protect against that toxin, or, you know what I'm saying? Again, instead of cursing out the dark, light up a candle, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could be like, oh, that fucking candle over there, it's not lit. Or I could go grab a fucking lighter, light the candle, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, we all, you know, we getting it as we go. We getting it as we go. We learning. I know, and what's funny, Bridget, where I'm joking, because honestly, that's another thing too. And I done said that, you know, actually animals interact with us in a very harmonic manner. In essence, it's just the it's fear or the ego, or just say the toxic ego or fear that creates an unhealthy relationship with animals. Hence why you got a whole tribe of people who like swim with crocodiles and alligators and shit, and the alligators and crocodiles don't never fucking touch them. You know, and again, you don't hear about, like, cause again, like, that's the thing. If I'm a government or, you know, some type of, you know, entity that's trying to hold down other powerful, you know, or should I say just other, or should I say powerful beings in general, like, I'm not gonna let those beings know that they got people in this world that swim with alligators, so that basically let them know that if they strengthen their, you know, if they face their fears and change the way they perceive things, that they could be powerful enough to swim with an alligator, a crocodile, or even be so one with the alligator, crocodile. They could probably walk around with that crocodile as almost like a guard dog in essence. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna hear that broadcast. But again, like when I was bringing up the bear, this is a personification of when, you know, nature is in its, you know, in the extreme, you know what I'm saying, or in a toxic form, or again, just like, you know, if an animal was to attack you, not necessarily saying that all animals would just automatically attack everybody, because that's not the truth, you know. Again, like, just looking at when I'm in nature and grounding a lot, like when I'm grounding and being in nature a lot, like, you know, animals that normally wouldn't get that close to people, or that in my life never got that close to me, land on me, like little insects or certain, you know, like animals, certain squirrels and birds that get like real close upon me. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, certain dogs, like, you know, come across dogs that's like usually like extremely ferocious with everybody. And I did that to test myself one time, to test myself and see how real it was, like a dog, like like barking. And I just walk up to the fence, you know, slowly, of course, you know what I'm saying? Because you got to be aware of your own self. You know, you could be triggered back into a place of old fear in those moments. But it's like, you know, I walked up slowly to the dog and put my hand to the fence, and he, you know, kind of just first kind of got a little scared, but then came to the fence and started licking my hand. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, yeah, with that whole vibe. Oh, that was a cool little, you know, little movie too. I think it's called Free Man or Free Guy. But it's basically this movie with the brethren from that played Deadpool. He basically was a character in a game and didn't know it. I think it's called Free Guy. It's on HBO Max. I think Free Guy. And one of y'all that's close to Google and could research it, you know, you could confirm. But I think it's called Free Guy, because it was also bringing up the concept of like NPCs in the Matrix, like how a non-player, like in essence, like, but this is also a little bit of that little funny social programming or social engineering to like create the energy for, you know, for like a NPC. Like, can an NPC evolve? Like, could a non-player character or an energy, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, evolve to a place of being more sentient? Because as everybody was playing the game, you know, I forgot the dude's name, but the free guy, because they started calling him blue shirt guy or something like that. But everybody playing the game across the world, and it's like, and they looking, and the program is like, you know, like, this is not picking up as another person playing the game. This is actually a part of the algorithm. And that's what it was about too, though. It was showing like where these people created a game, or created an algorithm, should I say, an algorithm that allowed for the non-player characters within the game to evolve. You know what I'm saying? So that was like a little interesting perspective. You know. All right, yeah. So you watch it. Yep. Yep, that's the name of this game. And hence why, again, man, I appreciate y'all, because we, of course, the only person that could, heal or do things for you is you. But we definitely receive help, from, connecting with each other in our experience. Even if it's a simple connection in a chat on a phone, because it's a physical representation of our etheric connections, you know what I'm saying? So, like, again, man, appreciate and love y'all. And again, I'm about to be out. About to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. All right, I started to watch that, but I felt like it was gonna be corny, and I should know better, because most movies that seem like they're gonna be corny be the most sauciest ones, and they be pretty saucy. It's like this weird in-between realm of a movie being semi-popular and looking like it's semi-whack as fuck, and that be the movies that has like the most, not only a lot of sauce in it, but untampered with sauce. Or should I say, as less tampering with it as possible. Some movies, it got like too much social engineering where they trying to like program some unhealthy, toxic point of view into your mind, but there's some movies that, share that sauce without that toxic like manipulation being in there like so heavily, you know what I'm saying? Well, you damn near can't, it's almost like, well, it's like, damn, I'm not even gonna watch this movie because it's so much of just like them trying to like curveball my subconscious so much to where it's like it's not, allowing for me to enjoy it. It's almost like the movie is just a spell, because I mean, all, to some extent all of them are, but again, like some of them have like, some dope insight that you could, draw from, in essence, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, those little in-between movies, man, they be having sauce. But honestly, again, I stand by the fact that comic books, especially comic books made by the comic book company Image, man, that's basically like, and I realize how much comic books are some of the best way. Like the best way is like, a comic book is basically like mixing your dreams or a DMT trip with book information. So you take like the book information or mythological stories from like reading words, and then you take your actual dream experiences, the symbols, and the fact that our subconscious mostly talks in symbols or without words, like it's more of like energetic expressions, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, that's why fucking some of those Doctor Strange or just any like a certain comics like dive so deep. Like I done had so many, I done had more aha moments, and that's why I realized that too. Like I done had more aha moments reading a fucking comic book than and it's not knocking, the Rudolph Steiner references and the Gerald Massey references and the Carl Jung references, and the the Francis Cresswell sings and all the different, authors and information, from that perspective, but man, a comic book just kind of leaped past that. Because another thing, again, like what I made the video about, the difference between crazy people and authors, you know what I'm saying? A crazy person is a person that's telling the truth about the universe, but it's truths that the rest of society is not ready to handle, and it's a percentage game, you know what I'm saying? Even though they're not crazy energetically, because within this realm, percentage wise, most people don't know what they're talking about, you know, and that's when you see like, oh shit, you know, like fuck, a person could really not be crazy but be deemed as crazy, all just due to the percentage of how many people are aware. Hence why I also made a lot of videos like making these outlandish things be more normal, you know, is to create, it's like literally like creating a space, you know, for this to not seem so crazy, so we could have less and less of that happening in this realm, of less and less people that don't need to be in no crazy house, you know, being booked to go to the crazy house, all that type of shit, you know what I'm saying? Like literally, you know, one person getting millions because instead of telling the story as, you know, as fact, you know, they like, oh, this was just a dream I had, or this was just some, you know, some imaginary story I came up with, you know. Write that story, make millions. You know, quote unquote crazy person, you know. And what I realized what the crazy person is missing in essence is the understanding, like, hey, you are in the realm, like, although what you're saying is true and 100% true, look, the state that this realm is in, you do have to have some tactfulness at expressing certain truths, you know what I'm saying? What may be called the crazy person is just a person that lacks tactfulness in the expression of those certain truths, you know what I'm saying? But that's the only difference, you know, again, like an author and a crazy person, you know. And check out, you know, you check out my video I previously did about, you know, again, like the whole crazy person author thing, you know, and also the video I did about the nut house being like a policing system for, you know, a policing system of knowledge, like to prevent certain knowledge from being shared, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, this nut house or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Put you in the nut house because you're speaking some fucking truths that we don't want everybody to be aware of. You know, and it's a balance. It's certain also to some extent, you know, because literally the reason why majority of people aren't aware of it because it hasn't gotten to that point where it's time for that information to be expressed. You know what I'm saying? So you also have that energy too. They say comic books tell the truth so that you are able to handle the truth. Yeah, it's just again like a form, you see. And again, you gotta find your own blend of how you deal with, you know, with yourself and awareness, you know. Because as I'm saying this, and let me say this since some people may be taking it out of context, because I see, you know, the energy of like, you know, spirit speaks to me without using a comic book. As I'm bringing up comic books, you know, I'm not saying that comic books should be your replacement for your intuition. You know, it's like, you know, some of us may still entertain ourselves with, you know, certain things. So it's like, if I'm going to entertain myself, I'm going to entertain myself reading things that has certain strong spiritual insights to it as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's not necessarily saying, hey, y'all, because literally I would be contradicting the whole self-empowerment aspect if I was saying, like, treat a comic book like Jesus. You know, I'm not saying treat a comic book like Jesus or like, you know, like treat a comic book as if it should be the replacement for your intuition. It's more so like, matter of fact, for those certain things though that you didn't catch within your dreams, that you didn't catch within your meditations, you can receive in certain moments through, certain movies or certain, comics. And again, like, or just within your awakened state in general, through your day to day, you'll see certain symbols that speaking to something. Again, like having a pain in your left knee is speaking to the symbol of, all right, maybe I got some Capricorn energy that's connected with my right brain or my feminine side, so some feminine Capricorn energy that needs to be healed. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's like the symbols are everywhere, you know what I'm saying? Regardless. But just wanted to make sure I didn't say that in a manner that came off as, now once I say it correctly, if a person's still like, oh, comic books are, that's your perspective and you're just looking to argue about something, and I ain't dealing with that. But now that I done shared it straight up, you know what I'm saying, y'all know what I mean when I'm expressing it. So now this conversation should never happen in a live again. Yep, because I talked about that. Like, I talk about that 12 Monkeys vibe. Like, that's one of the main references I like to bring up, And in most cases, matter of fact, in the movie Legion is in in the show Legion is in the quote-unquote nut house. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like all those little correlations, that energy. But yeah, that's basically it. Again, like the karma, different forms of karma I brought up earlier, connection with the etymology of breaking down the word cosmic, order, ornament, maze, and the whole connection with the Minotaur, you know what I'm saying? Being aware of that, being aware of the Jupiter, Aries energy right now, you know what I'm saying? Peace, appreciate everybody. Great Blackness, Bridge of Ra, Goddess 110, Tartiviant, Sistine Love, Rage on the Track. What else up in here? Jeremiah, Melanin God, peace. Yeah, y'all, I'm about to be out again. Appreciate y'all, love y'all, man. Stay present, stay loving, you know what I'm saying? Stay balanced and equilibrium. Stay prepared to adapt in any moment, you know what I'm saying? Like, now is a vibrate, different insight come in different moments, you know what I'm saying? Gotta be aware to adapt from the moment to a moment. That's very key. You know, the wisdom is moment to moment. Because if I was stuck on, again, a certain book or a certain culture or a certain form of information, you know, and where my now moment calls for me to kind of either bring all that together and not just focus on one, or, you know, or for me to do something, you know, a little different, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm too identified with all that other stuff, I won't be able to honor the, you know, the adaptability that's necessary in the now moment to keep shifting, you know what I'm saying? But, yep, peace and blessings, y'all. Y'all know what it is. And again, got 2 new other playlists. I dropped 2, like, so after the 2020 videos, I got a playlist for the 2021 videos and the 2022 videos that I'm doing recently this year. You know, if you want to, like, check into some of that, you know what I'm saying? And also, I need to connect with somebody. I already got somebody working on downloading all of my videos from YouTube, but then also connecting with somebody who could work on turning some of my long videos, like getting little snippets from my longer videos, you know what I'm saying? Because it'd be certain videos that I got, man, where I got some tremendous gems. Somewhere I know, you know, and again, not from an ego perspective, on energy of like really helping, you know, for people to have some strong aha moments on perspectives that, you know, mostly other people wasn't speaking on. But like, it might be, you know, under a different title, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dolo, because I remember him speaking on that for one of his videos, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you have might have a video that's like an open live, you know, but I drop some gems about a certain subject matter, you know what I'm saying? But when a person go to search, they won't know that that's in there, you know what I'm saying? Because it was just an open live, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I've been creating a lot of playlists, you know what I'm saying, to like organize things, you know, a lot more. But, you know, most definitely, again, peace. Y'all know what it is. Now it's a vibrate. Appreciate all donations. I greatly appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Donation links underneath all videos. Appreciate y'all just holding the space that y'all hold by bringing forth awareness, you know, keeping it real, not getting lost in the bullshit, loving yourself if you have moments where you done kind of slip up a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Don't beat up on yourself, because all you got is yourself. So don't be too hard or crucial on yourself for moments where you felt like, you know, you lack discipline or something of that nature, you know what I'm saying? It sounds cliche, but dust yourself off and try again, you know what I'm saying? Don't even try it. Do it again. You got it. You know what I'm saying? Stay positive and proactive and optimistic, but not optimistic from having your head in the clouds and being delusional. Just optimistic at just being pro yourself. Like, hey, like being for the aspect of you winning and being for the aspect of you getting it together, doing whatever it is, instead of being pessimistic. Because again, I never seen being pessimistic all the time, you know what I'm saying, serve a higher, you know, like that energy exists and that representation exists for a reason. I'm pretty sure, you know, again, like with any perspective, you gain knowledge from any and all perspectives, even an extreme pessimist gaining some type of insight from that position. But again, you know, realizing, you know, it's like the optimism, while knowing that, yeah, you know, harmful things or toxic things can happen, but being as optimistic as possible with, you know what I'm saying, with whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So again, now is a vibrate in all donations. Greatly appreciate it. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Y'all know what it is. Stay persistent and resilient in this thing, you know what I'm saying? And keep it going. Peace, peace. I'll check y'all later.